Yeah. Nope. Okay. I'll be back. Let's actually first begin with a quick workout. Yup. Yeah, let's get a good workout. Quick workout in, eh? Where's that? Where's my stuff? All right, let's get started. It's 1. Let's do 8 hours. Let's do 3 or 4 lessons. Thank you. Hi, people. Okay, bye, people. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. I don't know if my mic's working. Hope so. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh, I need to stop though. Take it off. That's it kind of bothers me, to be honest. Okay. Alrighty then. Let's get back on it. Yep. That's my bag. All this heavy stuff. All right. We're back. Oh, so good. Life is good. Life is great. Life is good. Life is great. You know, so many things to learn, so many things to do. Life is good. Life is great. Life is good. Life is great. Isn't it? How can it not be? I don't trust anybody who says life is not good. Unless it's like really not good for them, you know, like there's nothing you can do about your life. Living in a war-torn country, active war, active missiles, stuff like that. But if you're not, you gotta do the best you can. And even if you are, you still have to do the best you can, right? Anyways, just clean it real quick. Yeah. You gotta clean the mouse too. It gets the mouse gets dirty too, especially the mouse. I was clicking on stuff, you know. Click, click, clickety clack, clickety clickety clack clack. Yeah, but I won't go back to the other mouse. The horizontal one. The vertical one is where it's at. I haven't had any issues at all with my wrists, and my wrists aren't that strong, to be honest. They're okay. They're okay. They're not the strongest. Anyways, I'm starting here in a little bit. Alrighty. We're back. Water there, there's water here. There's water everywhere. I got orange juice. Look it up. Check it out. Orange juice and some ice. Right? Isn't that pretty cool? I think so. I think so. Do you? I don't know if you think so. I hope you do. Anyways, let's get started. Enough talk. I want to see action. Action. Okay? Action. No more this talk. Talk, 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 talk. Talk, 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 talk. We're almost there. It's the final countdown.
See, am I looking at a diagram that shows all the metabolic pathways
Whoa, buddy, relax. It's too loud.
in the human body, or am I looking at a map of the subway in New York City? No.
Why not both? No, I'm kidding. Maybe the pathway is most likely. I see energy there. Yup.
When I look at this image, I'm not exactly sure what I see. Am I looking at a diagram that shows all the metabolic pathways in the human body, or am I looking at a map of the subway in New York City?
All right, let's put in 6 hours. So let me do a clock at 7:30, and then we'll do an hour and 30 Banki. Just do timer for. Oh wait, 6 hours. Did I say 6 hours? Yeah, let's do 6 hours. No jockey for an hour and 30 something. Let's go.
Now, in order to describe how the body balances the storing and utilization of energy through different nutrients in all the tissues of the body, I'm going to just go ahead and get rid of this diagram. And I'm going to bring up one that's a little bit more simple. Now, this isn't exactly an anatomically correct diagram, but it will work to describe how these different tissues function metabolically. First, let me bring in some metabolic intermediates. And I don't want you to get overwhelmed by all of these intermediates, as there are quite a few of them, because we're going to be going through each one of them individually in order to make sense of this entire diagram. Now, the first metabolic state I'm going to talk about is the absorptive state. Well, the absorptive state is a series of actions that your body does when food is in plenty. You have food in your intestines, absorbing that food, and you utilize all this. You want to store it so you can use it later. So what does this series of metabolic reactions look like in the liver? So imagine that carbohydrates are broken down in the intestines and you're absorbing the di and monosaccharides like glucose. So glucose is then transported to the liver, and it can have go in one or two pathways. The first pathway is that it can be stored as glycogen. I circled and filled in glycogen here to remind you that this is the storage form of carbohydrates. The other way glucose can go is to be converted into triglycerides, which are the storage form of fat. Now, in order to do so, the glucose must first be converted.
What happened to the volume? You're talking kind of loud.
Into glycerol as well as fatty acids. And the process of converting glucose into fatty acids involves going through pyruvate and acetyl-CoA to form the fatty acid known as palmitate, which is the only fatty acid that the body can synthesize on its own. And then these glycerol and fatty acids can be combined to form triglycerides. Now, in the liver, we don't store triglyceride. It's stored mostly in adipose tissues, and triglycerides can't be transported in the blood. So these triglycerides have to be converted into very low density lipoprotein, or VLDL, which can then be exported out of the liver and into the blood. Next, we have the amino acids that are contained in protein. So the meat we ate in our cheeseburger is broken down into proteins that are then broken down to their component amino acids. And these amino acids are taken up by the liver. The liver will break them down into keto acids. And these alpha keto acids, when we break them down, they're going to give off ammonia, which is then excreted as waste in the form of urea. So the energy that was in the amino acids is now in our alpha keto acids. Now, where can this go? And it can also go one of two ways. If we want to store the energy that's in these keto acids, we're going to convert them to fatty acids, and those fatty acids can then be converted into triglycerides. And those triglycerides will be once again exported into the blood, and then later we'll store them in the adipose tissue. But if the liver needs energy during this absorptive state, these keto acids can also be broken down into acetyl-CoA, and that acetyl-CoA can go through the Krebs cycle and electron transport chain to produce ATP, or usable energy. Now let's move on to adipose tissue. So adipose is fat, and fat can kind of be thought of as just a warehouse of energy storage. So when we eat, the carbohydrates are broken down and the glucose is transported in our blood to adipose tissue, and it's taken up. And in the absorptive state, this glucose in adipose tissue is going to be turned into triglycerides. But first, similar to the liver, it needs to be converted to glycerol and fatty acids. And then the glycerol and fatty acids are going to be converted into triglycerides. However, this isn't the only thing that's happening in adipose tissue during the absorptive state. Remember, we exported those very low density lipoproteins from the liver? Well, those are now going to come down to the blood, and they're going to enter the adipose tissue and be turned into fatty acids. And these fatty acids can then be combined with glycerol to form triglycerides. And similar to above, where I circled and filled in glycogen, triglycerides are now circled and filled in because this is now the storage form of our fats, and it's stored in the adipose tissue. So let's move on to the muscle. What's going on in the muscle? Well, once again, just like in the liver and in adipose tissue, glucose is taken up by the muscle cell during the absorptive state. And glucose can now have one of two pathways. It can, similar to the liver, we can convert it to its storage form in glycogen, but also the muscle may need energy. Even though in general our body is storing energy in our storage forms, it sometimes during the absorptive state, it still needs to utilize some of this energy that we've eaten. So that glucose can be converted to pyruvate, and through cellular respiration, we can create ATP, and the muscle will have usable energy. And in the absorptive state, muscle also takes up the amino acids from proteins that we eat. And these amino acids are just stored as protein in our muscle. Now let's talk about the brain. So in the liver, fat, and muscle cells, the primary actions of the metabolic pathways during the absorptive state was to store energy. To store energy is glycogen, triglycerides, and protein. But in the brain, we don't store energy. The brain consumes a vast amount of energy. So during this absorptive state, even though generally the body is tending to store energy, the brain is just going to use it. So the glucose from the blood is taken up and it's converted to pyruvate. And just like in the muscle we talked about, it goes through cellular respiration to produce ATP so that the brain can continue to do work. So as you look at all of these metabolic pathways during the absorptive state, it makes sense that when the body has abundant energy because it's just eaten, that we're going to store that energy. But what happens when we haven't eaten in a while, when our body needs to take the energy that's stored in glycogen and triglycerides and protein and use it? Well, that's what happens in the post-absorptive state. So for a moment here, I'm going to just remove the absorptive state from our diagram. So now our body has absorbed all of its nutrients from the gut. See, there's no longer any fat, protein, or carbohydrates here. And we've stored it in its respective storage forms. In the liver, we've stored carbohydrates as glycogen. And in the fat tissue, we've stored fats as triglycerides. And in the muscle, we've stored protein. So say a little time has gone by, and now the body needs to utilize its energy. But it can't just use protein or glycogen or triglycerides. It has to first break those nutrients down into more usable forms of energy. And the series of metabolic reactions that occur are known as the post-absorptive state. In general, during the absorptive state, we're building up and storing energy. In the post-absorptive state, we're going to be breaking down those molecules and releasing energy. So in general, a lot of these reactions are just going to be going in the opposite direction, but not all of them. So let's go through them here. Now, once again, we're going to start in the liver. Now, in the liver, glycogen is going to be broken down into glucose. And glucose can then be exported out of the liver into the blood and be used for energy.
Glycogen broken down into glucose. So I believe that would be with the help of the enzyme. I'm sorry, with the help of the hormone. I want to say insulin, but I could be wrong. Let me see. No. Is it insulin or not? Maybe not. Let's see. I'm sorry, it's glucagon. So it's glycogen breakdown to raise the blood sugar. It's glucagon.
All over the body. Now, the amino acids are actually still going to be.
Yeah, insulin is the opposite. Too much sugar, we store it. Too little sugar, and we need to go turn the glycogen into usable glucose in the blood with the help of glucagon.
Taken up by the liver. And just like during the absorptive state, amino acids are going to be converted to keto acids and give off ammonia, which will produce urea as a waste product. Now remember, in the absorptive state, the keto acids were turned into fatty acids to make triglycerides. Well, now in the post-absorptive state, we're going to use these directly to make glucose, and that glucose can be exported to be used by other parts of the body. But the liver still requires energy of its own, so in part, these keto acids are still going to be broken down into acetyl-CoA to produce ATP. So what about glycerol and fatty acids? Remember, in the absorptive state, we were combining them into triglycerides, but this is a storage nutrient. And in the post-absorptive state, we want to create more usable energy. So these are actually going to be also converted into glucose. Now, there's one other important step in the liver that's happening. Now, these fatty acids can also undergo a second reaction. They can be broken down to form ketones. Now, ketones are an important metabolic intermediate because they're one of the very few types of energy that can be used by the brain. Now that we have a good idea of what's going on in the liver in the absorptive state, what's going on in adipose? Well, I mentioned earlier that adipose is the storehouse of energy, and that energy is stored in the form of triglycerides. state. We want to use this energy, but we can't just use a triglyceride. We have to break it down. So the triglycerides are broken down into glycerol and fatty acids, and they can just be exported into the blood and are brought to the liver to help make more glucose. Now, let's move on to muscle. In muscle, we have proteins, and the protein is going to be broken down into its amino acids, and these amino acids are going to be exported into the blood. And just like the glycerol and the fatty acids in adipose tissue, these amino acids are also going to make their way to the liver so that they can be converted to alpha keto acids and then converted into glucose, which is a more usable form of energy. But muscles also contain some glycogen, and the glycogen is stored in muscles so that they'll have a little bit more direct access to energy. So in the post-absorptive state, this glycogen is going to be converted into glucose, and that glucose can be converted into pyruvate, which can then go on to create acetyl-CoA and produce energy through the electron transport chain. And this is all happening within the muscle cell. But I don't have it drawn in here, but these series of reactions right here, in order to produce this ATP for energy, it requires oxygen. But what happens if the muscle cell is low on oxygen? Well, luckily, glucose can also be broken down into another product, and that's lactate. And when it's broken down into lactate, we produce ATP, but we don't need the oxygen like we do during cellular respiration. Now you may be asking, well, if you don't need the oxygen and you can still get the ATP, why doesn't glucose always be broken down into lactate and produce ATP? And there's two reasons for this. This process here isn't as efficient. It doesn't produce as many molecules of ATP as would be produced if we went through cellular respiration. And also this lactate is an acid and it disturbs the pH balance of the blood. So lastly, let's move back to the brain. Now I said during the absorptive state that the brain just always uses energy. And that's true. Once again, the brain is taking glucose from the blood, converting it into pyruvate and going through cellular respiration to produce ATP. But also remember that ketones from the liver are also used by the brain for energy in the post-absorptive state. Now that we've gone through the post-absorptive state and you see how the different tissues are breaking down and using energy, let's just bring back in the absorptive metabolic pathways so you can get an idea of all the different types of metabolic reactions that are going on depending on whether your body is trying to store nutrients or utilize the nutrients.
Yeah.
Metabolism.
Yes.
Metabolism Metabolism is just the flow of energy throughout the body. Energy enters our body when we eat food, and that food is then absorbed in three different forms. It can be absorbed as amino acids, things that make up proteins, so you'd imagine meat would have a lot of amino acids, or they can be absorbed as fats, so these are lipids or fatty acids, and so your greasy fried food is pretty rich in fats, or they can be absorbed in carbohydrates, or I'll just write carbs here, which you have a lot of in ice cream or other sweet things. Each of these things deliver energy into your GI tract, your stomach and your intestines, which can then be absorbed and sent elsewhere for use. Now, carbohydrates are one of the main currencies for energy, so let's focus on that. And we'll do so by Metabolism is just the flow of energy throughout the body. Energy enters our body when we eat food, and that food is then absorbed in three different forms. It can be absorbed as amino acids, so things that make up proteins, so you'd imagine meat would have a lot of amino acids, or they can be absorbed as fats, so these are lipids or fatty acids, and so your greasy fried food is pretty rich in fats, or they can be absorbed in carbohydrates, or I'll just write carbs here, which you have a lot of in ice cream or other sweet things. Each of these things deliver energy into your GI tract, your stomach and your intestines, which can then be absorbed and sent elsewhere for use. Now, carbohydrates are one of the main currencies for energy, so let's focus on that. And we'll do so by starting with glucose, which is the most basic form of carbohydrates. In fact, it's considered a simple sugar. Now, there are two main hormones that control the availability of glucose throughout the body, and they're in a constant tug of war with each other. One of them, which you've heard of probably, is called insulin. Insulin regulates the storage of glucose, as we'll talk more about in a minute. And the other guy on the end of the rope is a hormone called glucagon. Glucagon regulates the release of glucose from storage. And it's pretty important that we regulates the release of glucose from storage.
Right.
And it's pretty important that we have enough glucose available in the blood. Because, for example, the brain uses about 120 grams of glucose per day. And that's a lot because it comes out to be about 60 to 70% of all the glucose that we eat in a day. But to put it in terms that I think you and I appreciate a little more, 120 grams of glucose comes out to be about 250 M&Ms in a single day. Now that's a lot of M&Ms. So you can see why it's really important to have enough glucose available for your essential organs to use. And thankfully, we have these two hormones to help regulate the amount of glucose in our blood. So now let's take a look at how these hormones regulate the amount of glucose in our blood. And let's do that on this graph. So let's say this axis represents time. So over time, we'll see some changes. And this axis over here, the y-axis, will represent the concentration of glucose in our blood. So that's the concentration of glucose. And most commonly, that'll be represented in milligrams per deciliter. Milligrams per deciliter. Now, the body likes to keep the amount of glucose in the blood to be no lower than about 70 milligrams per deciliter and no higher than about 120 milligrams per deciliter. This is sort of the range that I would consider to be the sweet spot. Because if we go any higher than 120, then we end up having a condition that's called hyper meaning a lot of glycemia. Hyperglycemia, which just means a lot of glucose in the blood. If we have hyperglycemia for a long period of time, that can lead to what's referred to as eye, nerve, and kidney disease. Eye, nerve, and kidney disease. And we can go into a lot more detail about how this happens, but just understand that having a lot of glucose in your blood can cause changes to these structures to make them not work as well. And unfortunately, this is a fairly common problem because another term for eye, nerve, and kidney disease is diabetes. And in fact, if you have a person who's been fasting overnight to come in for a blood test, and you notice that they have more than 126 milligrams per deciliter of glucose on two different occasions, that's grounds for diagnosis of diabetes. On the other hand, if we have very little glucose in our blood or not enough, that condition is referred to as hypoglycemia. Hypo meaning less or low, and then glycemia, of course, meaning glucose. And some of the things that you can start to notice if you're hypoglycemic is that you're tired, maybe you're lethargic. But if this persists, you can even go into a type of coma or even die from having too little glucose in your blood. And in most people, we start to notice that we're feeling hypoglycemic when we get below 40 milligrams per deciliter. Now, usually, our body's pretty good about making sure that the level of glucose in our blood stays within the sweet spot or within this sweet range. And the way we accomplish this is through the hormones I just mentioned. So let's imagine that you eat at this point of time right here. And naturally, the level of glucose in your blood will rise because you've introduced more glucose into your system by eating it. Eventually, your body will notice that your glucose levels are rising and will counter that by releasing insulin to drive the amount of glucose in your blood down. And that's an important point because insulin decreases the blood glucose concentration by storing the glucose in another form. And we'll get into more detail about that in a second. The other thing that could happen is that you may have a decreasing amount of glucose in your blood, which, as I mentioned here, is not a good thing to have happen either. What your body does to counter that is release glucagon to increase the amount of glucose in your blood. And so it's important to remember here as well that glucagon will increase the serum or the blood concentration of glucose by releasing it from storage. So glucagon does the opposite. It releases glucose from storage. So now that we know how the release of glucagon and insulin can affect blood glucose, levels, let's focus in and see how that happens. So let's start with insulin, and that does a number of things to glucose. But remember that at the end of the day, all we're doing is storing it. Just remember, insulin causes storage. So the first thing that insulin does to glucose is cause it to undergo a process known as glycolysis. Glycolysis, which you may have heard of before. It's an irreversible process. It's irreversible, right? Irreversible down here. Because it converts glucose into ATP, which is the most basic unit of energy that we use in the body. And that's an important distinction. ATP is energy to be used anywhere in the body. Okay, instead of storing the energy of glucose in ATP, insulin can cause glucose to undergo what's called glycogenesis. Glycogenesis, which just means the formation of glycogen. So energy that does a number of things to glucose, but remember that at the end of the day, all we're doing is storing it. Just remember, insulin causes storage. So the first thing that insulin does to glucose is cause it to undergo a process known as glycolysis. Glycolysis, which you may have heard of before. It's an irreversible process. It's irreversible, right? Irreversible down here. Because it converts glucose into ATP, which is the most basic unit of energy that we use in the body. And that's an important distinction. ATP is energy to be used anywhere in the body. Okay, instead of storing the energy of glucose in ATP, insulin can cause glucose to undergo what's called glycogenesis. Glycogenesis, which just means the formation of glycogen. So glycogen. And glycogen is just a heavily branched polymer or molecule that has a whole bunch of glucose molecules stacked on top of it. And this is just energy to be stored in the short term in mainly the liver or muscle tissue. So mainly liver or muscle. And this is a reversible process because once we make glycogen, we can break it down and release glucose as well. Finally, the last thing insulin can cause glucose to do is undergo lipogenesis. Lipogenesis, which I think you can use the suffix to infer here that we are producing lipids or fatty acids, so lipids or fatty acids. And this is an irreversible process. So this is irreversible, where we store glucose as lipid. And the key here is that we are taking the energy of glucose and we are storing it long-term in what's called adipose tissue. Adipose tissue, or just the fatty layers within our body. So adipose tissue.
Yes, sir. So, yes, sir. Fatty acids. Fatty acids. Yes, sir.
Now, what about glucagon?
Yeah, what
What
about
are the
glucagon, huh? What about
processes
glucagon?
it uses to release energy or glucose into the bloodstream? Let's put it this way. If we're releasing glucose into the bloodstream,
We're increasing the glucose blood concentration.
my question is, what are we releasing it from?
We're releasing it from glycogen.
First thing we can release it from is glycogen. I mean, we just talked about this. We can form glycogen using insulin, or if there's a lot of glucagon around, we can have what's called glycogenolysis, which just means the breaking down or the cutting down of glycogen. Now, this is a reversible process because we can always go and take glucose to make glycogen again. The other thing we can release glucose energy from is, or rather I should say, are amino acids. Amino acids can undergo a process known as gluconeogenesis. So gluco meaning glucose, neo meaning anew, and then genesis meaning to create or the creation of. This is also a reversible process that will take amino acids, bunch them together with other things to convert them into glucose. Now, finally, the last thing glucagon can do is to take fatty acid, so fatty acid or lipid, and instead of converting it to glucose, glucagon will take the fatty acid and turn it into these things that are called ketone bodies. Ketone bodies. And it does so through a process known as keto, short for ketone, genesis, meaning to generate ketone bodies. Now, this is an irreversible process. It's kind of a funky thing that happens within the body because it's what we do when we're in our starvation mode, when we're not getting the right amount of nutrients for some reason or another. And the reason why this is sort of a last resort is because ketone bodies are very unique in that they are energy, forms of energy to be used only by the heart and brain. Ketone bodies don't really supply energy anywhere else. So that's why it's sort of a last minute starvation mechanism to provide energy where it's most critically needed to help us survive. So you can sort of see here that there's a tug of war game that goes on between insulin and glucagon. In fact, insulin itself, when it's released into the blood, will inhibit the release of glucagon, which just goes to show.
Well, yeah, I mean, we already have too much. Stop making it, buddy.
Show you how opposite their end goals really are. And there's a lot more to talk about how insulin is released or how glucagon is released and where it comes from. This is a great overview of what they end up doing in the body.
Hey, John. From Sweden. Hello. Hello to all the Swedish people.
As you can see in this gentleman right here, he's got a liver, and then this organ down here is referred to as the pancreas. Now, the pancreas sits in the retroperitoneum, which relative to the liver, which sits in the peritoneum or in the abdomen, the pancreas is found to the back and to the left, to the back and to the left. And what's distinct about the pancreas is its blood supply. And so we can go through that in a little more detail. All right, blow up the pancreas right here and move it over just a little bit. Now, the pancreas is like most organs in that it receives oxygen-rich arterial blood flow.
Yep. Hold on, buddy. Renal system, reproductive system, muscular system, skeletal system. Yup. Okay.
And gives off oxygen-poor blood flow through the venous system. So this is the venous blood right here, and this is the arterial blood. But in addition to these two things, the pancreas also receives blood flow from the intestine, which I can draw right here. The small intestine will deliver unique nutrient-rich blood through the pancreas. And this is nutrient-rich blood through the portal venous system. Move it over just a little bit. Now, the pancreas is like most organs in that it receives oxygen-rich arterial blood flow and gives off oxygen-poor blood flow through the venous system. So this is the venous blood right here, and this is the arterial blood. But in addition to these two things, the pancreas also receives blood flow from the intestine, which I can draw right here. The small intestine will deliver unique nutrient-rich blood through the pancreas. And this is nutrient-rich blood through the portal venous system. This is the portal venous blood flow. And once this nutrient-rich blood flows through the pancreas, it will trigger hormone release. Hormones such as insulin and glucagon, and that'll actually be released into the portal venous blood and travel along with the rest of the nutrients to the liver. And the cool thing about the hormones going straight to the liver first means that the effects they have there are 4 times greater than what you will see in the rest of the body. So insulin and glucagon from the pancreas will have 4 times greater effect in the liver than in the rest of the body. But now the thing about the pancreas is that it doesn't just contain insulin and glucagon hanging out in random cells. They're organized. So if we blow up a small part of the pancreas right over here, we would see this, which is a collection of cells here, an island surrounded by other cells. These other cells on the outside secrete enzymes that go into the GI tract, and we won't worry too much about them now. But the cells here in this island are referred to as the islets
of Langerhans.
So it's the islet of Langerhans, which is just a fancy term for an island of cells. And the way the cells are organized in here is very structured.
Right.
You'll have what are called beta cells in the middle of the island, and on the outside, you'll have what are called alpha cells. So alpha cells on the outside. And the key thing to remember here is that your beta cells release insulin while the alpha cells release glucagon.
Right.
The alpha cells release glucagon.
And the gamma, was it delta? Which one? I think it's theta is somatotropin, right? Which one? I think it's gamma. Gamma or delta? I gotta kill some of these tabs, eh? Delta. Oh, it's delta. Okay. It is delta. Okay.
And we can actually go into further detail about how beta cells, for instance, secrete insulin into the blood. Let's start by focusing on this beta cell right here. And I'll be sure to label this. This is a beta cell right here. It store insulin. So I'll write insulin here in this secretory vesicle, and I'll show you how it's released into the brain. This secretory vesicle, much like many secretory vesicles in the body, will release their contents outside of the cell if there's calcium present. So I'll put this calcium receptor here for now. The other thing that's unique about beta cells is that they have these potassium channels. So potassium channels that allow potassium to leave beta cells through facilitated diffusion. So they're just naturally leaving the beta cell over time. So potassium channels that allow potassium to leave this beta cell right here. And I'll be sure to label this. This is a beta cell right here. This is our beta cell. And these guys store insulin. So I'll write insulin here in this secretory vesicle, and I'll show you how it's released into the bloodstream. This secretory vesicle, much like many secretory vesicles in the body, will release their contents outside of the cell if there's calcium present. So I'll put this calcium receptor here for now. The other thing, much like many secretory vesicles, so I'll write insulin here in this secretory vesicle, and I'll show you how it's released into the bloodstream. This secretory vesicle, much like many secretory vesicles in the body, will release their contents outside of the cell if there's calcium. So I'll put this calcium receptor here for now. The other thing that's unique about beta cells is that they have these potassium channels. So potassium channels that allow potassium to leave beta cells through facilitated diffusion. So they're just naturally leaving the beta cell over time, which means that at rest, there's a lot more potassium ions living outside of the beta cell than there are inside of the beta cell. And that's an important distinction because that's how we prevent the beta cell from being depolarized. We're getting a more positive charge within the cell. And this potassium channel also has a receptor on it that I promise I'll go into more detail about in a minute, but it grabs onto ATP, the basic molecule of energy. And in addition to the potassium channel, there's also this calcium channel. So it's a calcium channel that's sitting here like in most cells and open through depolarization. We'll go into how that happens in a second. All right, so now we're ready. How does insulin leave the beta cell? Well, the first thing that has to happen is that glucose needs to enter the cell somehow. Because when there's a lot of glucose around, we want to store it away. That's what insulin's supposed to do. And the way it enters is through this unique transporter. It's called the GLUT2 transporter, and it allows glucose to enter into your beta cell. Once we get glucose inside of the cell, glucose will undergo what it usually does in most cells. Processes such as glycolysis will be broken down into things that are sent through the Krebs cycle. And doing this, second thing here, will produce a lot of ATP molecules. So we mentioned ATP already. ATP is that basic form of energy. And it's important in this cell because once we start to build up the amount of ATP that's present, some of it will go down here to this potassium channel and bind the ATP receptor that sits here. Now, the interesting thing about this ATP receptor is that once it locks in, it'll actually block off this channel. It'll prevent potassium from leaving. So the next thing that'll happen is that the amount of potassium in the cell will start to skyrocket because there's no way for it to get out anymore. So you'll have a lot more potassium or a lot more positive charge inside of the cell than you have relative to what's outside. And what that's going to do is cause depolarization of the membrane of the beta cell. That then will go and activate these voltage-gated calcium channels, allowing calcium to enter the beta cell, which in turn can also cause calcium-dependent calcium release into the cell. But overall, it starts increasing the amount of calcium that's present on the inside. And as you might remember, the insulin secretory vesicle has a calcium receptor here. So sure enough, the next thing that occurs is that calcium will bind this receptor, causing this vesicle to fuse with the membrane of the beta cell. That'll cause insulin to be kicked out of the beta cell and be released into the bloodstream. This step here, as you might recall, this final step that kicks the insulin out of the cell is what's called exocytosis.
Sure.
Exocytosis, where a vesicle fuses with the cell membrane to release its contents into the outside or the extracellular space, which in this case is the portal venous blood, which will send it to the liver. So that's how insulin's released from beta cells. What about glucagon? How is it released from alpha cells? Well, unfortunately, we don't know as well how this process works. All we know so far is that amino acids trigger glucagon release. How it does this specifically is a question and even perhaps a Nobel Prize up for grabs, which I think is fair to say, because the Nobel Prize in 1923 went to two scientists named Banting and Best for discovering insulin. And the crazy thing about that is that Charles Best, who shares in the Nobel Prize, was a medical student the time the study was done in 1921, and then 2 years later, he was able to share the Nobel Prize with his professor, which is just mind-boggling to think about.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's really neat.
Oh, geez. Okay.
And trepolin surround the outside here. He's attack the alpha cells release glucagon. So, and that's in bind the brain. Well, how this went to two scientists in the Nobel Prize was a medical student. The time this
Toronto Canadian people, eh? Toronto? Shout out to Canada. Shout out Canada.
study was done in 1921.
Every cell in the human body needs energy to survive and do its different functions. If we're talking about a brain cell, it needs energy to keep stimulating other brain cells and sending on signals and messages. If it's a muscle cell, it needs energy to contract. They need energy just to do the basic functions of a cell. And the place that they get that energy from, or the primary source of that energy, is from glucose. And glucose is a simple sugar. If you were to actually taste glucose, it would taste sweet. And glucose gets delivered to cells through the bloodstream. So this right here, I'm drawing some blood that's passing by a cell. Maybe the blood is going in that direction over there. And inside the blood, let me draw some small glucose molecules passing by. And so in an ideal situation, when the primary source of that energy is from glucose, and glucose is a simple sugar. If you were to actually taste glucose, it would taste sweet. And glucose gets delivered to cells through the bloodstream. So this right here, I'm drawing some blood that's passing by a cell. Maybe the blood is going in that direction over there. And inside the blood, let me draw some small glucose molecules passing by. And so in an ideal situation, when a cell needs energy, glucose will enter the cell. So glucose will enter the cell. Unfortunately, it's not that simple for the great majority of cells in the human body. The glucose won't enter by itself. It needs the assistance of a hormone or a molecule called insulin. So let me label all of these. This right here is glucose, and it needs insulin. So let me draw insulin as these magenta molecules right over here. That over there, that is insulin. Wow. And the surface of these cells, they have insulin receptors on them. And I'm just drawing very simplified versions of them, kind of a place where these magenta circles can attach, can bind. And what happens is in order for the glucose to be taken up by the cell, insulin has to kind of attach to these receptors, which unlocks the channels for glucose. In order for the glucose to go in, insulin has to bind to the insulin receptors. And then once that happens, then the glucose can be taken up by the cell. Now, unfortunately, things don't always work as planned. So let me draw a couple of scenarios here. So once again, let me draw my very simple version of a cell. And we draw the bloodstream going by right over here. And then let me draw the glucose in the bloodstream. So I have my glucose floating by. And then I have my insulin receptors on the surface of a cell. Now, the first thing that could go wrong here is what if the body does not produce insulin? Insulin is produced in the pancreas. What happens if the pancreas is not producing insulin properly? So no insulin. Well, in this situation, since there's nothing to bind to these receptors, the glucose channels won't be opened up, and the glucose will not be able to enter into the cell. And this situation is type 1 diabetes. Type 1 diabetes, where you've got glucose. So in theory, you have energy and you have properly functioning insulin receptors, but you just don't have insulin to kind of unlock the gates for the glucose to actually go into the cell. The other scenario you could imagine happening, let me draw the cell again. So there's my cell, and let me draw the blood flowing past the cell. And once again, obviously, this is just one of trillions of cells in the human body. We have an estimated 10 to 100 trillion cells. So this is a very simple diagram that hopefully gets the point across. So once again, let me draw some glucose floating by. Let me draw some insulin receptors on the cell. So insulin receptor there, insulin receptor right over there. And let's say we even have some insulin. So our pancreas is producing insulin and putting it into our bloodstream. So it's there to be used. But a situation can arise where the receptors are not working properly, or we become insensitive or desensitized to insulin. So desensitized receptors.
Yeah.
So in this situation, you have sometimes it might be the insulin is hard to bind, or even if it does bind, it's not working properly. So the glucose will not enter the cell. And so in either one of I already wrote desensitized. So in either one of these scenarios, let's just think in a very broad level. I'm not going to go into the details of the actual therapy for these diseases, of how it can be cured. Oh, and I didn't even name the second one. The second one right here, as you can imagine, if this up here is type 1 diabetes, this down here is type 2 diabetes.
Speed it up, buddy.
Type 2 diabetes. Now, the simple way that, or I don't want to say it's necessarily simple, but the way that you can manage type 1 diabetes is you can inject insulin. The only problem here is, it's a big one though, is that there's no insulin in the bloodstream. Everything else is working properly. So over here, we can inject insulin.
Right.
We can inject it. And then you'll have insulin to attach to the receptors, and then the glucose can be processed
But
properly.
You can't do that for
type
the second
2
one.
diabetes, there's kind of multiple lines of attack. One thing that you can do, there are actually drugs that attempt to kind of resensitize your insulin receptors. You can also do that with a combination of lifestyle changes that makes your body, more sensitized to sugar. Or you can even, if things get severe enough, you can add to the receptors, and then the glucose can be processed properly. Type 2 diabetes, there's kind of multiple lines of attack. One thing that you can do, there are actually drugs that attempt to kind of resensitize your insulin receptors. You can also do that with a combination of lifestyle changes that makes your body, more sensitized to sugar. Or you can even, if things get severe enough, you can add insulin, just like you would do in type 1 diabetes. And you can say, wait, I already have insulin here. Why would I add more insulin? Well, remember, we're not the cells can process insulin, but they're desensitized. They would need more insulin in order to kind of uptake the same amount of glucose. So if you add insulin, you could possibly have enough of a trigger that the glucose can actually be taken up. But there's multiple lines of attack here. And usually the first one are giving drugs that hopefully resensitize you or make you less desensitized to the actual insulin.
Oh, okay.
And so the last thing I just want to think about a little bit is, well, what happens if you didn't do this? Well, there's two major problems here. Obviously, your cells can't function if it's not taking up glucose. So your cells will have no energy. And another problem, if you weren't to manage either one of these types of diabetes, is that sugar, once it gets to high enough concentrations in the blood, it can actually cause a lot of damage. So sugar can cause damage to the body. So you don't want either of these things happening. You want your cells to have energy, and you don't want to have too much sugar flowing in your blood and causing damage to your body.
Okay. Interesting.
Let me ask you a question. Does this gentleman here look hungry or full? Well, we can't really tell just by looking.
What the heck kind of question is that?
At his face. We'd have to look at the level of hormones in his bloodstream, because depending on whether this person just ate or not, you'll have a change in the level of hormones that'll then talk to your brain to tell you whether you should eat more food or if you're full. The part of your brain
Did it get disconnected again? I don't think so.
that determines whether you're hungry or not is called the hypothalamus.
Yes, sir.
The hypothalamus. Your hypothalamus helps make the distinction if your body is rich in energy or if your body is poor in energy. Or in other words, are you hungry or are you full? Well, imagine we just ate and the amount of glucose in our blood, or the serum or blood concentration
Hold
of
on, buddy. Hold the phone.
glucose is high, that means we're going to release a hormone called insulin. Insulin is released to store the glucose you have in your blood from whatever meal you just ate, and it'll go and bind receptors in the hypothalamus and block these receptors to indicate to the brain and the hypothalamus that you're full, you're not hungry. Now, on the flip side, glucose you have in your blood from whatever meal you just ate, and it'll go and bind receptors in the hypothalamus and block these receptors to indicate to the brain and the hypothalamus that you're full, you're not hungry. Now, on the flip side, if you have a low blood concentration of glucose, you're not going to be releasing insulin, and so you're not going to be inhibiting the hypothalamus. Now, what if we ate a really fatty meal and we have high levels of lipids or fat in our bloodstream, something really greasy? Well, that'll cause the release of a hormone called leptin. Leptin is similar to insulin in that it represents the presence of energy-rich nutrients in the bloodstream, so it'll go to the hypothalamus and bind receptors there to inhibit the feeling of hunger, which means that when lipid concentration is low, you're not going to be releasing leptin and you're not going to be inhibiting the hypothalamus. Now, the final thing that talks to our brain is our stomachs. After we've eaten a bunch, our stomach will be pretty full with food. However, if we haven't eaten in a while, our stomachs can be pretty empty. And I'm sure you've had this happen to you. If your stomach is empty, it starts talking to you, it starts making noises. It actually starts to growl. And if you listen closely, the stomach is actually saying, ghrelin, ghrelin. It's just happening.
That's pretty cool. Ghrelin, huh?
Happens to be the name of the hormone that's released into the bloodstream
Ghrelin.
to tell the hypothalamus that we are pretty hungry.
It's funny.
We've got a pretty empty stomach. And instead of a button to the thing that talks to our brain, but concentration of glucose, it'll go and bind receptors in the hypothalamus and block these receptors to indicate to the brain and the hypothalamus that you're full, you're not hungry. Now, on the flip side, if you have a low blood concentration of glucose, you're not going to be releasing insulin, and so you're not going to be inhibiting the hypothalamus. Now, what if we ate a really fatty meal and we have high levels of lipids or fat in our bloodstream, something really greasy? Well, that'll cause the hypothalamus is our stomachs. And if you listen closely, the stomach is actually saying ghrelin, ghrelin, stomach. And instead of a bar, I'll put a plus sign here to show that the presence of ghrelin will tell the hypothalamus that we're hungry and motivate us to find some food. These three hormones, insulin, leptin, and ghrelin, are the main players that determine whether we're hungry. One of the interesting things that I should mention, though, about leptin, which I can probably write here, leptin levels rarely change. And the reason why is because leptin levels are based more on the amount of adipose in your body than the amount of lipid you have in your blood. Which makes sense because even though we'll eat some fatty, greasy meal that'll release lipids into our bloodstream, we'll definitely have a lot more fat tissue in our body beforehand. So any change in lipid concentration in the blood will be very small relative to how much fat or adipose tissue we have stored in our body.
Mm. Oh, really? Really? American Association of College of Nursing. Everybody wants to go. You want to go to the seaside. Follow the seaside.
In this video, we're going to talk about body mass, or what is it in your body that determines how much you weigh. Well, you can kind of think of it like a scale, where the things that determine whether you're heavy or you're light are based on opposing forces, where some things cause you to put energy into your system, and there are other things that cause you to get rid of energy, or that means you lose energy, or energy out. And as you might remember, food is a type of energy, so we'll put diet in this column as a way that you get energy into your bloodstream. If you eat a lot of sugar or carbohydrates or fats, that's energy for use. But then remember, once we've eaten things, there are hormones that regulate whether we store things or we get rid of them and just discard what we ate. One hormone is insulin, and that regulates blood glucose levels. There's also leptin, which is related to blood lipid levels. And then there's also another hormone that's called ghrelin, that's related to whether the stomach is full or not. These three hormones help regulate whether the energy or the food that we've just consumed is stored, or carbohydrates or fats, that's energy for use. But then remember, once we've eaten things, there are hormones that regulate whether we store things or we get rid of them and just discard what we ate. One hormone is insulin, and that regulates blood glucose levels. There's also leptin, which is related to blood lipid levels. And then there's also another hormone that's called ghrelin, that's related to whether the stomach is full or not. These three hormones help regulate whether the energy or the food that we've just consumed is stored, or if we just let it pass through and become waste that we get rid of. Now, the things that we do that get rid of energy or consume energy include things like our basal metabolic rate, or the amount of energy we burn just at rest. That comes out to be, in the average person, about 2,000 calories in a day. What about from just getting up, moving around, and being active? Well, in the normal person, activity or the use of energy to perform tasks comes out to be about 500 calories in the average person. And finally, there's this phenomenon that's called diet-induced thermogenesis. And that's just the energy that we use or we burn to store the food that we eat. And that comes out to be about 10% of the amount of calories we bring in from our diet. So this means on average, whether we're eating more or if we are doing things, so this means on average, whether we're a person that tends to eat more and be sedentary, or if we're a person that's more active and eats less and burns more calories, that helps determine what our body mass will be. But one of the things I want to highlight is the effect that hormones can have on this process, on determining whether we have a high body mass or a low body mass. And the best example of this is a mouse experiment. In this experiment, 3 mice were studied over time. The first mouse, which for simplicity's sake, let's say, was a normal mouse. So there's nothing genetically unusual or different about this guy. The other 2 mice, however, had some specific gene that was knocked out. Knocked out meaning this. So there was a gene that was not there that the normal mouse had. And so what they did next is that they took these 2 mice and they fed them. And they gave them equal amounts of food and let the mice eat whenever they wanted to, and saw what happened. Well, over time, the normal mouse just stayed the same. No difference. But when they let the genetically altered mouse eat for as long as it wanted to, this guy got huge. The researchers found that when this gene was missing, these mice tended to eat more because they were hungrier. But then the unusual thing was that when they took this same strain of mouse that had this exact same gene knocked out or missing, and then fed them, but also injected the serum from the normal mouse, or injected blood from the normal mouse, they found that over time, the mouse looked pretty much the same as the normal mouse. And it was this experiment that led scientists along the way to determine that this gene was actually encoding the hormone leptin. Leptin is a hormone that lives in our fat tissue, our adipose tissue, and goes to our hypothalamus, this part of the brain that tells us we're not hungry. In people or in mice that don't have any leptin, these guys are always hungry, and so they just keep on eating. So this just goes to highlight how important it is to have the correct hormones flowing through the bloodstream to talk to your brain based on the nutrients or the diet that you have to regulate your body mass.
Let's see. Hi, Yuri. For 7:30. Yes, sir. Swerve. I'm taking off on the curve. Yup. 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 Oh man. Oh man. Decarboxylation of acetoacetate. So people that are type 1 usually smell sweet and fruity. Elevated insulin levels activate all the following. So we're turning it back into storage. I'm gonna say proteins doesn't make sense. It was protein synthesis. Wait, what? Elevated insulin levels activate all the following. Elevated insulin levels. Protein synthesis. Oh, um, huh. I thought protein synthesis. I guess. Okay. Um, more irregular or more active? Well, they don't have any insulin. Um, pancreas produces no insulin. It produces no insulin. Hormone sensitive lipase. This is the same question. Wait, is this the same question? It is the exact same question. It's more active. I would think it's more active. Be more irregular? That's a good question. Hormone sensitive lipase. Maybe it's more active because we have more glucose in the blood. Um, wait, pathological studies. What? Shoot, I didn't make it. I gotta work on the timing. Prolonged duration. Except. Shoot. What molecule is required for conversion from pseudocytate to acetylcholine? NADH. Wait, what? What molecular acid, acid, acetoacetate. Oh, acetoacetate here, which means. Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. I was looking at this one. But it's talking about this one. Oops. Fatty acid oxidation increases during intubation and ketoacidosis. What's ketoacidosis? No. Shoot. That's not that good. All right, I'll be back. Hold on, guys. I'll be back. You need to watch those other videos first as well, actually. bad, guys. I making some food and then I'll talk to my brother. Yeah, buddy. What? Oh no, because it's actually, well, no, it's an amino acid. Oopsie daisy. Oopsie daisy. Security bias. Maybe, I don't know why I'm thinking MCL. Maybe MCL. Or perhaps not. Shoot. Shoot. Sure. My understanding, your understanding, my understanding. Well, he likes the leptin. Well, if he likes the leptin, you're gonna be bit what? Oh, well, actually, the leptin receptor. I think it's gonna be overweight. Okay. Ghrelin. So negative feedback loop. So when ghrelin activated, we're going to have decreased leptin. Right. We got no ghrelin, no decreased leptin. No ghrelin, no decreased leptin. Depending on the levels of growth hormone. Growth hormone? It doesn't matter. No decrease in leptin. Well, actually, I don't know why I'm thinking even overweight. Okay, so we have so ghrelin inactivates leptin, right? So essentially, leptin is for weight loss, and if we don't have the ghrelin, we don't have the weight loss. That'd be overweight, unless there's another factor that I'm missing. Okay, so then I'm thinking overweight. Oh, never mind. Underweight. Growth hormone. I don't know why. Oh, opposing end effects. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, okay. I thought. Well, from the other video, it said ghrelin also promotes. Well, it just tells the hypothalamus if we're full or not, right? Oh, that makes sense. Shoot. Sure, they can have a lot of leptin, but it's not being bound, right? It's not going to be nucleus. That's what hormones. And leptin is amino acid. Shoot, 3 out of 5. We're gonna make it. We're gonna pump those numbers up. Meet the kidneys. Meet the kidneys. I mean, if we can get through the renal stuff today, maybe that might be all we do today. Maybe just get through the renal. If we get through renal and I mean reproductive system would be nice. Would be nice. Maybe. Yeah, maybe let's try the reproductive system at least. Oh wait.
Imagine you're in a movie theater and you're watching a really, really long movie. And you finish your entire bucket of popcorn, you guzzle down a giant soda, and all of a sudden you have to pee. And
Right.
to make
I have a small bladder, so that's me all the time. What did I miss? You just missed the whole movie.
matters worse, you're watching.
I'm kidding.
Imagine you're in a movie theater and you're watching a really, really long movie. And you finish your entire bucket of popcorn, you guzzle down a giant soda, and all of a sudden you have to pee. And to make matters worse, you're watching a movie about a whole bunch of people on a cruise ship that hit an iceberg. And so there's a lot of water in this movie. And you freak out because now you have to get up and go to the bathroom. But then that should get you thinking, well, how do my kidneys work? How is it that I can make all this pee that I got to get rid of? Well, in the next few videos, we're going to talk about how do my kidneys work? How is it that I can make all go to the bathroom? But then that should get you thinking, well, how do my kidneys work? How is it that I can make all this pee that I got to get rid of? Well, in the next few videos, we're going to talk about how the kidneys work. I'll give a quick overview here before we delve more into the specifics. As you can see, the kidneys sit right here around your belly button. They're about the size of a fist, and you've got 2 of them. And they sit a little closer to the back, not really in the front. The kidneys receive blood from the heart, so the heart goes on up here. It's also about the size of a fist, and it pumps blood throughout the body. And you get some to your arms, you have some that goes up to your brain, and you have this branch that comes down and goes towards your legs as well. Well, what you can kind of see in the picture of the kidneys right here is that they've got a little vessel right there. So sure enough, there's some blood that comes from the heart into the kidneys. Both of your kidneys then are going to filter the blood and release urine, which is just a collection of waste products that your body wants to get rid of. The urine is going to hang out in your bladder that sits about right here until it's an appropriate time to go to the bathroom. And that comes from the heart into the kidneys. Both of your kidneys then are going to filter the blood and release urine, which is just a collection of waste products that your body wants to get rid of. You have arms, you have some that goes up to your brain, and you have this branch that comes down and goes towards your legs as well. Well, what you can kind of see in the picture of the kidneys right here is that you've got a little vessel right there. So sure enough, there's some blood that comes from the heart into the kidneys. Both of your kidneys then are going to filter the blood and release urine, which is just a collection of waste like legs as well. Well, what you can kind of see in the picture of the kidneys right here is that you've got a little vessel right there. So sure enough, there's some blood that comes from the heart into the kidneys. Both of your kidneys then are going to filter the blood and release urine, which is just a collection of waste products that your body wants to get rid of. The urine is going to hang out in your bladder that sits about right here until it's an appropriate time to go to the bathroom. And that's kind of a broad overview, but let's go into a little more detail about what the kidneys do. So I'm going to draw a box over here, And this box is going to be what the kidneys do. So I'm going to give just a really simplistic overview of what the kidneys do, and then in other videos we'll go dive deeper into detail. So as I mentioned, each of your kidneys gets an oxygenated blood vessel or an artery that goes to them. And your arteries hold on to all the things in your blood. This can include things like your nutrients. And so nutrients can be anything from, say, your electrolytes, like your sodium ions. They can be things like your proteins or your amino acids or even glucose as well, things that build your carbohydrates. So a lot of things that your body uses as the building blocks or things that help other structures of your body work. So in addition to your nutrients, you've also got oxygen hanging out in your arterial blood. And your arteries also contain waste products, so things your body has made through cellular respiration and all these other processes that we undergo that we don't need anymore, that we want to get rid of. And they can include things like urea and other toxic compounds that we don't want to build up. And at the same time, it can also include extra electrolytes like sodium that we don't need. Because if we hold on to a lot of sodium chloride, which is just salt, we'll end up having high blood pressure. So our kidneys also help us maintain our blood pressure, as we'll talk about in other videos. So this just kind of underlines the point that if you have too much of your nutrients, they become waste products. And so your kidneys help to make sure you don't build too much of this good stuff. Or they can include things like urea and other toxic compounds that we don't want to build up. And at the same time, it can also include extra electrolytes like sodium that we don't need. Because if we hold on to a lot of sodium chloride, which is just salt, we'll end up having high blood pressure. So our kidneys also help us maintain our blood pressure, as we'll talk about in other videos. So this just kind of underlines the point that if you have too much of your nutrients, they become waste products. And so your kidneys help to make sure you don't build too much of this good stuff here. So this is all the stuff you've got hanging out in the artery that's coming over to your kidney right here. And as you might recall, whenever you have an artery coming into an organ or a part of your body, there should be a vein that takes the blood away from it that's going to return it to the heart. So this is your vein right here. And so the job of the kidneys then is to make it so that the nutrients you had in your arterial blood are collected and maintained when we get to the vein. So we want to hold on to our nutrients right here. So I'll just write nutrients, and it stands for all the stuff that I gave examples for on the left side here. And the kidneys, like every organ in the body, need oxygen to do well. So you'll have the oxygen go through the kidneys, and some of it will make it out. Some of it will be used by the kidneys because that's how we can maintain some of the tissue. And so when we get to the other side where the vein is, we'll have less oxygen. So I'll write it really tiny right here to show that there's much less oxygen in your venous blood than there was in your arterial blood. And finally, the kidneys want to take all the waste products your arterial blood brought to the kidney and hold on to it. Make it so that this stuff does not end up in the venous outflow. And by collecting these waste products, the kidneys will effectively produce your urine. Now, you might notice in this picture that I'm missing something. What connects the artery to the vein? Well, actually, what goes on here is part of what makes the kidney so special. And it answers the how. How is it that the kidneys are able to do this? How is it that the kidneys can help us maintain our nutrients in our body while getting rid of waste into urine? Well, the kidney is special because it's got two capillary beds. You might have heard what a capillary is before, all right? A capillary bed is just something that connects the artery and the vein. It's where you can have oxygen flow out, you can have nutrients flow in. So the way I'll draw it is that you've got one capillary bed right here connecting your artery to your vein, like that. And you've got another one down here connecting those two. So these guys work together to deliver oxygen to the kidney's tissue and at the same time recollect these nutrients so that the vein can take these nutrients elsewhere in the body for use. And these capillary beds have two fancy names. The first one is called the vasa recta. The vasa recta, and that's mainly to give oxygen to the kidneys. The other set of capillaries are called peritubular capillaries. Peritubular capillaries, and we'll talk way more into detail about these peritubular capillaries. And these are the guys that are mainly going to be responsible for collecting nutrients that our kidneys will filter. We'll talk more about that process in the next few videos.
Yup. Hey, let's go. Gotta read. How much? Quite a little bit. That's okay. Galaxies. Oh. Oh. What? ADH concentrates urine. New article, check it out. Yeah. Okay.
The kidneys are pretty crazy. They can hold about 22% of your entire blood supply at any time. I've read somewhere that you can have about 1.1 liters per minute of your blood flow through. And in a normal person that's got about 5 liters of blood, that means that within 5 minutes, all of your blood will pass through your kidneys. That's crazy. So I think we should investigate further into how our kidneys work. And we'll start in this video with a brief overview before going into the specific parts of what are involved. So with these two kidneys right here, we're going to take in some blood that'll come in through our renal artery and come out at the end through our ureters right there to produce urine. So that's sort of the overview look of what we're going to be doing here. And the reason why we do this is because our cells in our body produce waste products or change up the acidity or the osmolarity of our blood. We've heard these terms before. And it's very important for us to regulate what is the pH of our blood or how acidic it is or how many osmoles we have or things that dictate where ions or water flows. And our kidneys make sure that that's at a set level. So going into the details, when blood comes into our kidneys, they enter through the renal artery. So we've got two renal arteries right here, one right there, one right there. And as you can see, it's going to go branch off and have a whole bunch of other networks that are going to be disseminated from here. And I'll talk a little more about that in a separate video. But what happens is that we're going to have filtration of our blood. And from that filtrate that comes out, we're going to process it and reabsorb some ions and water. And as we reabsorb things that are important, we're going to collect it into our renal vein. So here are two blue renal veins right here for each of our kidneys. Our renal veins are going to take the returned or reabsorbed nutrients back into our blood and send it on its way. All right, very cool. So now we know sort of how the blood enters and leaves. Now let's talk about the two main functions our kidneys are responsible. What are the two main functions that they need to carry out in order for us to filter our blood? So the first function you probably guessed is filtration. We take our blood and we filter it out so we have all our waste products and some important molecules like ions or amino acids or glucose that end up in a filtrate that then passes through the kidneys. So some things in that filtrate we want to get rid of, all the wasty stuff that we don't need. And so another, or the second very important function of our kidneys is collection. And between these two jobs, the kidney will take our blood and put out some urine. Now at this point, I should also mention that there's a single functional unit. And so when we talk about our functions, there's a unit that we can talk about. The single smallest functional unit of a kidney is called the nephron. The nephron. And the nephron is responsible for filtration and collection. We'll talk about some other structures in a minute that are only responsible for collection, but the nephron is charged with filtration and collection. So it's got two hats on. And the nephron is sort of situated in two parts of the kidney. The first part is sort of this outside area right here. You can kind of see that it's the shell of the kidney, right? And as a shell, we call it the renal cortex. Cortex is a term you probably heard of before, right? Cerebral cortex, adrenal cortex. Cortex just means the shell. So that's this light tan part on the outside. These darker parts inside right here, there's a couple of them that you can see. This is sort of in the middle. And so we call that the renal medulla. The renal medulla. And medulla you might have heard of, like the adrenal medulla or the medulla oblongata. It just means the middle, okay? The middle. So it's inside the cortex. So our nephron is situated between the cortex and the medulla. It sort of starts up here and squiggles around, and then it dips into your medulla, and then it jumps back out over here, and then it dips in again. And so I'll draw that in a separate video, sort of all the separate parts. And medulla you might have heard of, like the adrenal medulla or the medulla oblongata. It just means the middle, okay? The middle. So it's inside the cortex. So our nephron is situated between the cortex and the medulla. It sort of starts up here and squiggles around, and then it dips into your medulla, and then it jumps back out over here, and then it dips in again. And so I'll draw that in a separate video, sort of all the separate parts of the nephron, but just understand that it dances between your cortex and your medulla. And where it's dancing determines whether it wants to reabsorb important things or allow some stuff to be collected into the urine. Now for the collection process, we have these little tips that are kind of kissing our renal medulla, right? So these little tips right here that collect the urine in the first place, the first point that urine sort of presents itself, this is called the renal calyx. The renal calyx. And if we've got a whole bunch of these, we'll call them the renal calyces. The renal calyces. And so that's the first part you're going to have urine be present. There's a whole bunch of these guys that meet together, and then you've got this central area right there. That central area is called the renal pelvis. The renal pelvis. And that's just where all your calyces collect together. And once you've got urine in your renal pelvis, it's going to go out this tube right here. And that's where urine is going to exit our kidneys. This tube right there is where there's a whole bunch of these get full of urine sort of presents itself. This is called the renal calyx. The renal calyx. And if we've got a whole bunch of these, we'll call them the renal calyces. The renal calyces. And so that's the first part you're going to have urine be present. There's a whole bunch of these guys that meet together, and then you've got this central area right there. That central area is called the renal pelvis. The renal pelvis. And that's just where all your calyces collect together. And once you've got urine in your renal pelvis, it's going to go out this tube right here. And that's where urine is going to exit our kidneys. This tube right there is just called the ureter. The ureter. And we've got two ureters right here that's going to send urine away from the kidneys, and as we'll talk about in a separate video, into the bladder. And now that we've talked about the ureter, this is a pretty good time to mention what these three guys make together. Whenever you've got an organ, like our kidney right here, and I'll sort of highlight that, that's your kidney, and then there are some things that are coming out of your kidney. These three guys right there. We call the place where we've got tubes or vessels coming out of the hilum. The hilum. And if we've got more than one of them, we can call them the hyla. But we've got a renal artery, a renal vein, and a ureter coming out of the renal hilum over here. All right? And so that's the anatomical structure of our kidneys. Now, why don't we take a step back and let me make a philosophical note, if I may. What's the point of the kidney even doing this? Why should we even filter and collect urine? What's the whole purpose of this altogether? Well, the kidneys are actually a very important organ for maintaining something that's called homeostasis. And you probably heard of this term before. It's a big buzzword in biology. Homeostasis just means the way things are, the status quo, which can mean things like what the pH in your blood is. So your kidneys maintain the pH in your blood by regulating the amount of hydrogen ions that are there. It could also mean blood pressure, because when you have a lot of salt, you've probably heard this from doctors, if you have a lot of salt intake, you're going to have high blood pressure. So your kidneys make sure you excrete the right amount of sodium and chloride ions to make sure that you don't have high blood pressure. But there are other things here that the kidney also maintains homeostasis of, and that can be things like osmolarity. And of course, the main thing that we're going to talk about in an upcoming video is just the excretion of waste products, so getting rid of the extra materials that we have. And one of the main waste products that the kidney gets rid of is something that's called urea. And we'll touch on urea in a little bit, but this just goes to show you how important your kidneys really are. There's a lot at stake here, and so it's very important to have these guys filtering your blood to produce urine to maintain homeostasis.
Very nice. Oof. We're here with another article. We're here with another one and another one. Two more articles, eh? Yeah. Okay. All right. Time to read some more. Glomerular filtration. Glomerular. Shoot. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say it. I don't care that you broke your elbow. I don't care that you broke your elbow.
Glomerular.
Glomerular.
Glomerular. Glomerular.
Glomerular.
Glomerular.
Glomerular. Glomerular. Glomerular. It's a liter of blood a minute. Excuse me. Glomerulus. Body. Okay. Glomerulus. Yep.
Excuse me.
angiotensin-aldosterone system. Atrionatriuretic That's fine. Oh, that's interesting. What the heck? Okay. Interesting. Oh, okay. Very nice.
All right, so I think we have a pretty decent appreciation of renal anatomy. We know how the kidney is structured. Now we just need to take a look at some of the finer details. We started talking about the nephron, which I kind of drew right here, and we said this is the functional unit of filtration and collection in the kidney. So let's start off with the very beginning of the nephron. The first part of the nephron is called the glomerulus. It receives branches that come off the renal artery. You see a branch going that way, there's a branch going this way, and just like any artery, it branches off into arterioles, and it's an arteriole that comes up first to meet the glomerulus. So if we look down here, we're going to have something that came off of the renal artery that's an arteriole. So I'll write arteriole right here. We actually
Hold on. Let me get some. Let me get some. Let me use some yogurt. Doing all right. I mean, not the best. Not the worst. I think we can make it. Oops. What the heck's going on? Got no choice. Unbelievable. Physiology. Do 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 do. I don't know if I need this much, to be honest. There's a lot. Maybe this is enough. Uh-oh. Yep. I kind of want a blank piece of paper. I don't know how to. That's okay. Anything like the first page or something. It's fine. But that's good. All right, let's get back to it. It's been listening, man.
Afferent arteriole. Afferent meaning going towards. And so this is the afferent arteriole, or the arteriole that's going towards the glomerulus. The glomerulus then is this really loopy structure. There's a lot of spinning that goes on here, and then we branch off again. And this gives us the same arteriole. You know, this is the same vessel we just started off with. So we're going this way and spinning around and coming out as one single vessel. But we call this part of it the efferent arteriole. Efferent meaning that we have left the glomerulus. And that, of course, leaves this ball-like structure over here that's going to be known as the glomerulus. Now, the thing about the glomerulus, it's really interesting. It's the main site for filtration, where we take blood that came in from the renal artery and we push out a whole bunch of fluid that we're then going to take out some ion and some water and some waste, and we'll get rid of the waste or the extra ions. The glomerulus is where we take blood and turn it into filtrate and let the rest of the blood flow on. So this efferent arteriole is going to turn into a capillary, and then it's going to go into venules and then collect back and come out as the renal vein. We'll talk about that in a later video when I talk about other parts of the nephron. The glomerulus, though, just leaks out fluid, and it needs to be caught somewhere. That fluid that leaks out is caught in a capsule that's kind of hugging the glomerulus right here. So I'm going to draw it like that, and it kind of keeps going this way. This is going to continue on to the rest of our nephron. This thing right here, it's a capsule. And actually, it has a name. It's named after a British scientist, Dr. Bowman. So we call this Bowman's capsule. This is Bowman's capsule. And this is where we're going to collect the filtrate, or the fluid that comes out of the glomerulus. The inside right here is just open space. So they call it Bowman's space as well. So it's just space that's going to collect our filtrate. So at this point, you should be asking yourself, why is it that we're going to have fluid leak out here? I mean, there's all this wrapping that goes around, so we've got high pressure. But how is this different from other arterioles in our body? Why is it that we have so much leakage purposefully happening here, but it doesn't happen everywhere else in our body? So let me answer your question. And why don't we just blow up that part right here and open this window so we can take a better look. So the point where the arteriole meets Bowman's capsule, there's a lot going on. Recall that when we have a vessel, I'll draw sort of half of it like that right there, and it's kind of going this way. Okay, so that's our vessel that's right here. This vessel's got a lot of good stuff like our red blood cells, our white blood cells, platelets, some really, really big protein. So I'm going to just draw something really big right there. That's a giant protein, and it's not going to leak out into our Bowman's capsule. So this stuff kind of moves along that way. Then again, we've got other things like ions. I'm going to write sodium right there. We've also got smaller protein subunits like amino acids. I'll just write AA. And we've also got glucose in here. These are things that can leak out. So how is it they get from the arteriole into Bowman's space? So our vessels, our arterioles, just like anything else in our body, they're made up of cells. And the cells that line our vessels over here, I'll just draw a whole bunch of these guys kind of hanging out. So these guys are called endothelial cells. Each of these is an endothelial cell. So an endothelial cell is a lot like most of our eukaryotic cells. They've got a nucleus and they've got all their organelles and stuff like that going on. I'm going to go into that kind of detail right now. Just recall that they're eukaryotic cells. Now, something that's special about these vessels is that they're fenestrated. Write that in parentheses. Fenestrated. If you don't know what this term means, all it means is that these vessels have a lot of holes. They're very holy. And so because of that, the holes allow small things like sodium and amino acids and glucose to leak through. So it's got some holes in them, you know, the way that they're sort of connected. So there are holes where these guys can kind of slip through. And actually some of these holes can allow bigger proteins to come through, but these proteins still don't, because there's another added layer that sits in between these endothelial cells and the tubule. So this is sort of another membrane that's right here. I'll just kind of draw it shaded in like this. And it's not a complete barrier, it's semi-permeable, meaning some things can leak through, but this is another membrane that we call the basement membrane. This is a basement membrane. You may have heard about this in other contexts. So the basement membrane right here helps to make sure that small things pass through. Things like sodium can get through these fenestrations and leak out. Our amino acids can do the same, and our glucose can at times as well.
Okay.
These bigger proteins bounce back. They bounce back because either they can't make it through the fenestrations or the basement membrane prevents them from leaking into Bowman's space. And then finally, we've got the tubular cells that make up the interaction point on the end of the Bowman's capsule. So they sort of look like this. They're pretty long cells. And the funny thing about them is that some of these guys actually hug the vessel. They hug the endothelial cells like that. And so they're sort of like these legs. This is sort of a leg-like projection. And so if you remember a doctor you might see if you've got problems with your feet is a podiatrist. And so this type of cell, we call these podocytes, right? Podo meaning foot, podocytes. And so there are some podocytes in addition to these tubular cells. There are some that are just tubule cells. Tubule cells. And another term for that is just an epithelial cell. This is an epithelial cell. Okay? So we go from the endothelial cell to the epithelial cell. And I think I should also mention that these podocytes are a certain class of epithelial cell as well. And so these guys hug around the arteriole. That sort of helps for this connection to stay close.
Thank you.
All right, so I think we have a pretty good appreciation of how we have some smaller ions, amino acids, glucose, and even water that can leak through these fenestrations and get into this space right here. So remember, this is just Bowman's space. They can get into Bowman's space where we can then process them into the rest of the nephron. So this is Bowman's space. And we have these podocytes that hug the arterioles right here by holding on to the endothelial cells. And we also have this basement membrane that prevents giant proteins in our red and white blood cells from leaking through. And we have these tubule cells that help line the other side, and they're epithelial cells. They're in the class of epithelial cells. Excellent. Now, the last thing I sort of want to cover is just what's happening here from having an arteriole go into a structure and then give off another arteriole. That's a little weird, right? Because we usually like thinking about arterioles going into capillaries and then giving out a venule. Well, one way I think about this is sort of like a marathon, where there are a lot of people running on the same street from point A to point B, and they're either running in a narrow street or a wide street. So let's make a table to sort of think about this. What would happen if we look at our afferent and our efferent arterioles, and we change the diameter of the vessel? What does that do to the rate of filtration? So I'll just write filtration right here. How does the diameter of our vessels change the rate of filtration? Well, if we increase the diameter of the afferent arteriole, or if we have a very wide path that allows a lot of marathon runners to run into the glomerulus, that means there's going to be a lot of blood here. That includes all the ions and the amino acids and glucose, in addition to our blood cells and giant proteins we talked about. There's going to be a lot of stuff over here. And so if there's a lot of stuff running over these fenestrations, you're going to have a lot of leakage. And so there's going to be a lot of filtration. So more filtration occurs if there are more people or more marathon runners running into this space right here. So more filtration. Now, what about if we did that with the efferent arteriole? Let's say we increase the diameter of the efferent arteriole, so there's space for more marathon runners to run away from this very narrow street, or this place where a lot of people can run off the pavement and get into these holes and go elsewhere. Well, if we increase the diameter of our efferent arteriole and allow people to leave they're not going to be able to stay around here for a long period of time. They're not going to be near these fenestrations. So that means that our filtration rate will decrease because the blood is moving away from the place that it would be filtered. Now, the same thing goes if we decrease the diameter of our afferent arteriole. If we decrease the amount of runners or blood that can come into the glomerulus, that means there's going to be less fluid filtered out. So the lower filtration rate. And this is actually what happens with renal artery stenosis, right? If we have a very narrow or stenosed vessel, that's what stenosis means, it's just narrow renal artery, that means there's going to be less blood that branches off and goes to our afferent arteriole. So there's going to be less blood that runs across our fenestrations and is filtered away. Now, on the flip side, if we decrease the diameter of our efferent arteriole, that makes it difficult for our runners to leave this fenestrated vessel. And so there's going to be some backup. There's going to be a lot of ions and amino acids and glucose kind of hanging around here near these holes. And so if blood backs up, that means so do these guys. And so then they're going to just be filtered through these holes and collected into Bowman's space. So our filtration rate will increase. It'll increase because there's a lot of backup that allows more time for filtration. Maybe if you're interested in learning about kidney diseases later on, there's a lot of stuff that tweaks this system, that messes around with the afferent arteriole or the efferent arteriole, sort of like what I talked about for renal artery stenosis. And I encourage you to think about what can go wrong with this process and how things can change. That's kind of the best way to learn about it. So that's how our glomerulus works. Let's move on to the next part of our nephron.
Yep.
What I want to do in this video is talk a little bit about the kidney. This is a big picture of a kidney.
Whoa.
And to talk about
All right.
about how it operates at its, I guess you call it its smallest functional level, and that's the nephron. So we're talking about the kidney, and the nephron. And I think you might already know the kidney. We have two of them. They're the organ that I guess is most famous for producing or allowing us to excrete waste. But part of that process, excrete waste, it also helps us maintain our water, the correct level, and actually the amount of salts or electrolytes we have and our blood pressure, but I'll just say maintain water. And it also produces hormones and things. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on that right now. I really just want to focus on these first two to kind of just understand the overview function of the kidney. And most of us have two of these. They're kind of closer to our back on either sides of our spine behind our liver. And this is a zoomed in version of it. A kidney isn't as big as, if you're watching this in full screen, it's not going to be as big as this picture is, but we've sliced it so we can see what's going on inside the kidney. And just to understand the different parts here, just because it'll actually be significant when we start talking about the functional units or the nephron within the kidney. Let's
go take a look at a kidney opened up. Here's what I want to see, live kidney. Oh, that's still just a buffalo. That's pretty good. Oops.
With the umbilicus sitting in the center, the tissue. Your kidney, wherever there's least dilatation, if you move it, that's tail. I'm going to take it in saline. That's the thing, we fire. Yeah, watch carefully all our transplant patients. Patient. So that is there, then we know that we've got good cortex. We take another bite. You see the needle tip? And we fire.
Sure.
this area right here, from here to here, this is called the renal cortex. Whenever we talk about something with the kidney, if you see a renal anything, that's actually referring to the kidney. So this right here is the renal cortex, that outer part right there. And then this area right here, this is the renal medulla. medulla comes from middle. So it's you can almost view it as the middle of the kidney. Renal medulla. And besides just understanding these words, we're going to see that they actually play a very important role in this actual filtration or this excretion of waste and this ability to not dump too much water or excrete too much water when we're trying to filter out our blood. So I've said before, and you might have heard it already from other lectures or from other teachers, that the functional unit of the kidney is the nephron. The functional unit. And the reason why it's called a functional unit, I'll put it in quotes, is because that's the level at which these two things are happening. The two major functions of the kidney, the waste excretion and the maintenance of the water level in our blood system. So just to get an idea of how a nephron fits in within this picture of a kidney, the artist actually, I got this picture from Wikipedia. The artist tried to draw a couple of nephrons over here. So a nephron will look something like this. It goes and dips down into the medulla. Then it goes back into the cortex and then it dumps into collecting ducts. And essentially the fluid will end up in the ureters right here and end up in our urinary bladder that we can later excrete when we find a suitable time. But that's about, I guess you can imagine the length of a nephron. It goes, this is where it starts and it dips down again. So multiple nephrons are going to keep doing that, but they're super thin. These tubes, or these tubules, maybe I should say, are super thin. And an actual kidney, your average kidney, will contain on the order of 1 million nephrons. 1 million nephrons. So even though you can't really say nephrons are microscopic, they kind of have they're at least their length when they dip down. You say, oh, that's I can see that distance. You can still jam a lot of them inside of one kidney. Now, with that said, let's actually figure out how a nephron how it filters the blood and actually make sure that not too much water, or not too much of the good stuff in our blood ends up in the urine. So let me draw here a nephron. So I'm going to start like this. So I can start with the blood flow. So the blood's going to come in an arterial, or arterial capillary, you could say. So it's going to come in like that. This is actually called the afferent arteriole. You don't have to know the names, but you might see that sometime. Arterial. Blood is coming in. Then it goes into this big windy place. And it really winds around like that. This is called the glomerulus. This is the glomerulus. And then it leaves via the efferent arteriole. Efferent. Let me switch colors. This red is getting monotonous. This is the efferent arteriole. Efferent, and efferent just means away from the center. Afferent towards, efferent, away from the center. And I'll talk about it more in the future, but it's interesting that we're still dealing with an artery at this point, that it's still oxygenated blood. Normally, when we leave a capillary system, like the glomerulus right there, we're normally dealing with the venous system. But here we're still in an arterial system. And it's probably because arterial systems have higher blood pressure. And what we need to do is we need to squeeze fluid and stuff that's dissolved in the fluid out of the blood and in the glomerulus right here. So this glomerulus is very porous, and it's surrounded by other cells. Let me just draw. So this is kind of a cross section. It's surrounded, let me do it like this. It's surrounded like that by this structure. And these are cells here. So you can imagine these are all cells over here. And of course, the actual capillaries have cells that line them. So there are cells here. So when I draw these lines are actually made up of little cells. What happens is the blood comes in at really high pressure. This is very porous. These cells out here, they're called podocytes. They filter it. They're a little bit more selective in what gets filtered out. And essentially, you have about a fifth of the fluid that's coming in, and glomerulus to come in.
Yeah.
An arterial, that's an arterial capillary, you could say. So it's going to come in like, this is actually called the afferent arteriole. You don't have to know the names, but you might see that sometime. Arterial. Blood is coming in. Then it goes into this big windy place. And it really winds around like that. This is called the glomerulus. This is the glomerulus. And then it leaves via the efferent arteriole. Efferent. Let me switch colors. This red is getting monotonous. This is the efferent arteriole. Efferent, and efferent just means away from the center. Afferent towards, efferent, away from the center. And I'll talk about it more in the future, but it's interesting that we're still dealing with an artery at this point, that it's still oxygenated blood. Normally, when we leave a capillary system, like the glomerulus right there, we're normally dealing with the venous system. But here we're still in an arterial system. And it's probably because arterial systems have higher blood pressure. What we need to do is we need to squeeze fluid and stuff that's dissolved in the fluid out of the blood and in the glomerulus right here. So this glomerulus is very porous, and it's surrounded by other cells. So let me just draw. So this is kind of a cross section. It's surrounded, let me do it like this. It's surrounded like that by this structure. And these are cells here. So you can imagine these are all cells over here. And of course, the actual capillaries have cells that line them. So there are cells here. So when I draw these lines are actually made up of little cells. What happens is the blood comes in at really high pressure. This is very porous. These cells.
Hold on.
What do almost alt?
Go back. Yep.
Cells out here, they're called podocytes. They filter it, they're a little bit more selective in what gets filtered out. And essentially you have about a fifth of the fluid that's coming in, about a fifth of the fluid that comes in ends up going into this space right here. That's called the Bowman's space. Well, actually this whole thing is called the Bowman's capsule. You can imagine it as some kind of it's a sphere with an opening in here that the capillary can kind of wind around in. And this space right here, this is the Bowman's space. So, I mean, it's the space inside the Bowman's capsule. Bowman's capsule. And the whole thing has cells. All of these structures are obviously made, or maybe not so obviously, they're made up of cells. And so we end up having filtrate. And the filtrate is just the stuff that gets squeezed out. So I'll call it filtrate. We can't call it urine just yet because there's a lot of steps that have to occur for it to be kind of to earn the name urine. So it's only filtrate right now. And essentially what gets squeezed out is about a fifth of the fluid and things that are easily dissolved in fluid. So small ions, so, sodium, maybe some small molecules like glucose, maybe some amino acids. There are tons of stuff in here, but this is just to give an idea. The things that do not get filtered are things like red blood cells, or larger molecules, larger proteins. They will not get filtered. It's only the micromolecules that will get filtered, that'll be part of this filtrate that shows up here in the Bowman space. Now, the rest of what the nephron does, the Bowman's capsule is kind of the beginning of the nephron. And just to get an idea on our big picture of our kidney, if let's say that this is a Bowman's, let's say we're near an arteriole, this is a Bowman's capsule right here. It looks something like that. And the whole nephron is going to be convoluted like this. It's going to dip down into the medulla and then come back. Red blood cells or larger molecules, larger proteins, they will not get filtered. It's only the micromolecules that will get filtered, and that'll be part of this filtrate that shows up here in the Bowman space. Now, the rest of what the nephron does, the Bowman's capsule is kind of the beginning of the nephron. And just to get an idea on our big picture of our kidney, if let's say that this is a Bowman's, let's say we're near an arteriole, this is a Bowman's capsule right here. It looks something like that. And the whole nephron is going to be convoluted like this. It's going to dip down into the medulla and then come back, and then it's going to eventually dump into a collecting duct, and I'll talk more about that. So what I've drawn just here, this is a zoomed in version of that part right there. Now what I want to do is zoom out a little bit because I'm going to run out of space. So let me zoom out. So we had our arteriole go in, it gets all bunched in the glomerulus, and then most of the blood leaves, but 1/5 of it gets essentially filtered in to the Bowman's capsule. That's the Bowman's capsule right there. I've just zoomed out a little bit. So we have our filtrate here. I'll make it a little bit yellow. So we have our filtrate right here. That's the filtrate that just comes out at this point. Sometimes it's called the glomerular filtrate because it's been filtered by the glomerulus, but it's also been filtered by those podocyte cells on the inside of the Bowman's capsule. But now it's ready to go to the proximal tubule. So the proximal tubule sounds like so let me draw something like this. And obviously this is not exactly what it looks like, but it gives you the sense. This right here, this is the proximal tubule. And it sounds like a very fancy word, but proximal just means near, and tubule you can imagine is a small tube. So it's a small tube that's near the beginning. That's why it's called a proximal tubule. And it has two parts. It's often, the whole thing is often called a proximal.
Hold on. Over here. A little bit. Gotcha.
Convoluted tubule. Convoluted tubule. That's because it's all convoluted. The way I have drawn it, it's all curvy. And I just drew curvy in 2 dimensions. It's actually curvy in 3 dimensions. But the reality is there's a curvy part, and then there's a straight part near the end of the proximal tubule. So they'll call this whole thing the proximal tubule. This is the convoluted part. That's the straight part. But we don't have to get too picky. But the whole point of this part of the nephron, and just to remember where we are, we're now at this point of the nephron right there. The whole point is to start reabsorbing some of the stuff that is in the filtrate that we don't want to lose. We don't want to lose glucose. That's hard-earned stuff that we ate that was good for energy. We don't want to lose necessarily as much sodium. We've seen in multiple videos that's a useful ion to have around. We don't want to lose amino acids. Those are useful for building up proteins and other things. So these are things we don't want to lose, so we start absorbing them back. And I'll do a whole video on exactly how that happens, but it's done actively. Since we're using ATP, and just as a bit of a summary, you're using ATP to actually pump out the sodium, and then that actually helps bring in the other things. That's just a kind of a tidbit on what's happening. So we're reabsorbing. So just imagine what's happening. You have cells lining the proximal tubule right now. And actually, they have little things that jut out. I'll do a whole video on that because it's actually interesting. So you have cells out here. On the other sides of the cells, you have an arterial system, or a capillary system, I should say, actually. So you have a capillary system here that is very close to the cells lining the proximal tubule. And so this stuff actually gets actively pumped, especially the sodium, but all of it, using energy, gets pumped back into the blood selectively, and maybe a little bit of our water. So we're pumping back some sodium, some glucose, and we'll start pumping a little bit of the water back in because we don't want to lose all of that water. If all of the water that was originally the filtrate, we were just leaving our urine, we'd be excreting gallons and gallons of water every day, which we do not want to do. So that's the whole point. We're starting the absorption process, and then we'll enter the loop of Henle. And actually, this is, in my mind, the most interesting part of the nephron. So we enter the loop of Henle, and it dips down. It dips down and then comes back up. So the loop of Henle. And so most of the length of the nephron is the loop of Henle. And if I go back to this diagram right here, if I'm talking about the loop of Henle, I'm talking about this whole thing right there. And you can see something interesting here. It crosses the border between the cortex, this light brown part, and the renal medulla, this kind of reddish or orange part right there. And it does that for a very good reason. I'm going to draw it here. So let's say this is the dividing line. This is the dividing line right here. This right here was the cortex. This right here is the medulla. So the whole point, well, there's 2 points of the loop of Henle. Loop of Henle. One point is to make the medulla salty. Make the renal medulla salty. And it does this by actively pumping out salts. So it actively pumps out salts, and it does that in the ascending part of the loop of Henle. So this is the ascending part. So it actively pumps out salts, sodium, potassium, chloride, or chlorine, I should say, chlorine ions. It actually actively pumps out. It actively pumps out these salts right here to make the entire medulla salty, or if we think about it in terms of kind of osmosis, make it hypertonic. You have more solute out here than you have in the filtrate that's going through the tubule. So what it does is it makes it, and it uses ATP to do this. All this stuff requires ATP to actively pump against the concentration gradient. So this is salty. It's salty. And it's salty for a reason. It's not just to take back these salts from the filtrate, although that's part of the reason, but by making this salty, so this part, the ascending part, is only permeable to these salts and these ions. So only ions, it's not permeable to water. So we can say not permeable to water, not water. The descending part of the loop of Henle is only permeable to water, only water. So what's going to happen if this is all salty because the ascending part is actively pumping out salt? What's going to happen to water as it goes down the descending loop? Well, it's hypertonic out here. Water will naturally want to go and kind of try to make the concentrations balance out. I've got a whole video on that. It doesn't happen by magic. And so the water will, because this is hypertonic, it's more salty, and this is only permeable to water, the water will leave the membrane on the descending part of the loop of Henle right now. And this is a major part of water reabsorption. And if, I've thought a lot about why don't we just actively pump? Why don't we use ATP somehow to actively pump water? And the answer there is there's no easy way to do that. Biological systems are good at using ATP to pump out ions, but it can't actively pump out water. Water is kind of a hard thing for proteins to operate on. So the solution is to make it salty out here by pumping out ions, and then water, if you make this porous only to water, water will naturally flow out. So this is a major mechanism of gaining back a lot of the water that gets filtered out up here. And the reason why this is so long is to give time for this water to secrete out. And that's why it dips pretty nice and pretty far down into this salty portion. So then we leave the loop of Henle, and then we're almost done with the nephron. Then we're in another convoluted tubule, and you might even guess the name of this convoluted tubule. If this was the proximal one, this is the distal one. And actually, just to make my drawing correct, it actually passes very close to the Bowman's capsule, so let me do it in a different color. The distal convoluted tubule, I'm going to do that in a different color. The distal convoluted tubule actually goes pretty close to the Bowman's capsule. And once again, I made it all convoluted in 2 dimensions, but it's actually convoluted in 3. And it's not that long, but I just have to get over here, and I want to get over that point right there. It's called distal. Distal is further away. It's convoluted, and it's a tubule. So this right here is the distal convoluted tubule. And here we have more reabsorption, calcium, more sodium reabsorption. We're just reabsorbing more things that we didn't want to lose in the first place. And there's a lot of things we can talk about what get reabsorbed. This is just the overview. And we're also reabsorbing a little bit of more water. But then at the end, right here, our filtrate has been processed. A lot of the water has been taken out. It's a lot more concentrated. We've reabsorbed a lot of the salts, electrolytes that we want. We've reabsorbed the glucose, a lot of the amino acids. Everything that we want, we've taken back. We've reabsorbed. And so this is mainly waste products and water that we don't need anymore. And then this gets dumped into collecting ducts. This gets dumped into collecting ducts. And you can kind of view this as the trash chute of the kidney, where multiple nephrons are going to dump into this. So that might be the distal tubule of another nephron right here. This is a collecting duct, which is just a tube that's collecting all the byproducts of the nephrons. And the interesting thing is, collecting duct further goes into the medulla again. It goes into the medulla again, to the salty part again. So if we're talking about the collecting duct, maybe the collecting duct's coming back into the medulla, collecting all of the filtrate from the different nephrons. And because it goes back through that super salty spot in the medulla, we actually have hormones called antidiuretic hormone that can dictate how porous this collecting tube is. And if it makes it very porous, it allows more water to leave as we go through the medulla, because it's very salty. So the water will leave if this is porous. And when we do that, what that does is it makes the filtrate, and we can maybe start calling it urine now, even more concentrated. So we don't lose, so we lose even less water, and it keeps collecting until we end up here, and it leaves the kidney and goes via our ureters to the urinary bladder. So hopefully you found that helpful. And I think the neatest thing here is just how we actively reabsorb the water, and how we in my mind, that is the neatest part of the loop of Henle.
All right, just give me 5 minutes before I get started on this one. I know we're almost done. Hi, Med. We're almost done with the renal system. Renal system. Renal system, and we can do this one. Since it's all videos, that's really nice. And then, well, also reproductive cells videos too. So let's try and get both of these done. That's the goal. Eh? All right, just give me 5 minutes. I'll be back. I'll be back and we'll continue. Yup. Yup. sensitive teeth. Education. That makes sense. That sucks. Jeez.
Talked about the different parts of the nephron and in the last video on the nephron, we talked about the different parts of the nephron and how and what I guess molecules are reabsorbed by the body in the different parts. Remember, in the proximal convoluted tubule, we talked about maybe glucose and amino acids and sodium being reabsorbed. And we talked about the ascending part of the loop of Henle. We talked about salt, so that's sodium, potassium, chlorine being reabsorbed. In the distal convoluted tubule, it was calcium, other things. But at least in my mind, when I first heard it, how does that happen? How do we actively pump out these things, especially against their own concentration gradients? What I want to do in this video is get a little bit more depth on exactly what's happening on the borders of these tubules to actually allow for these ions to be selectively transported out of the lumen or the inside of these tubes, or to be reabsorbed out of the filtrate. So let's start the mechanism is actually reasonably similar in the different parts of the nephron, but let's look at each of the parts because they're each reabsorbing different types of molecules. And I won't go through all of the molecules, I'll just give you a sense of things. So let's start with the proximal tubule right here. So let's say if we were to zoom in right over on that part. So let me draw the inside of the nephron. The inside of the nephron maybe looks something like this. This is the inside, this is where our filtrate is, right here. Actually, let me draw a little bit different than that. So the inside, I'm going to draw it like this. The proximal tubule has these little things that stick out, sometimes referred to as a brush border. Write that. So this is this inside right here, this is our lumen. That is the lumen. That is where the filtrate is. So the filtrate, the glomerular filtrate is coming in this direction. This is our filtrate. Our filtrate is, this is, you can imagine, the inside of the nephron. And then the border of the tubule is made up by a bunch of cells. So maybe this is one cell right here. This is another cell right here. This is another cell. Obviously, this is a cross section with actually more of a cylinder. It would go around like that. This is to give an idea. That's another cell right there. Maybe this is their basal side right there. And when you say basal, you can imagine that's kind of the base of the cells. Let me actually, those are good words to know, fancy words. So the side of the cells that are facing the lumen, or kind of facing the inside of our tubule, this is called the apical side. Apical. And then this side is normally referred to as the basolateral side, or the basolateral, or this membrane, if you view this as a membrane, this would be the basolateral membrane. This is true regardless of what part of the nephron we're in, the proximal, or the loop of Henle, or then the distal part. So what we have here, and on the other sides of these cells, we'll have our peritubular capillaries. That's another fancy word. So our peritubular capillaries will look something like this. They're actually cells as well. Actually, instead of drawing the cells, I'll just draw it as kind of the tube of, I'll just draw it like this. They're porous. So this is actually blood flow right here. This is blood right here. This is blood right here. I'm not going to do too much detail on the actual cells of the capillary walls. I really want to give you the idea of how things are transported out of the lumen, how they're selectively reabsorbed. And so, and just get this is the peritubular capillary. And once again, fancy word, but peri means around, like perimeter. So it's around the tubes. These capillaries go around the tubes. If I were overlaid on this picture, we have these capillaries that are going all around the tubes, so that when things get secreted or reabsorbed out of the nephrons, they're going into those capillaries. So this is our peritubular, this is our proximal convoluted membrane right here. We said, let's think about what happens with the glucose. So what happens is we actually have sodium-potassium pumps. Sodium-potassium pumps on the basolateral side of these cells. So this is sodium-potassium pumps. I'll just draw one right here. You might want to watch the video on sodium-potassium pumps. I have a whole video on it. But the idea here is that sodium, maybe I'll draw as plus particles right there. They'll attach on the inside right here. ATP will come along. When ATP attaches to the right part of this protein, it'll change its shape, its conformation, and then the protein will essentially close on this side and open on that side, and then send. And then when it's in that conformation, the sodium doesn't want to bond as much to the protein, and it will go outside. It will cross the basolateral membrane and eventually make its way into the blood. And then on the other side, it's a sodium-potassium pump. When it's in this kind of open configuration, I'll draw it over here. When it's in this open configuration, I have a whole video on this. It's very, at that point, potassium likes to bond to it. So potassium likes to bond to it. It bonds to it, maybe it bonds to it over here. This is a gross oversimplification. That causes the protein to change its conformation. It doesn't require ATP at that point, and it goes back to this conformation. And then the potassium doesn't want to bond anymore, and then it gets released because the protein is now a different shape. So the general idea: sodium bonds, ATP bonds. The ATP gets its phosphate popped off of it. That changes the shape of the protein to this. Now the sodium wants to get released, and now potassium wants to join. When potassium joins, we get to our original one. The end product of this is we're having sodium being pumped out of the cell, and we're having potassium being pumped into the cell. And this is active transport. This is active transport. Why is it active transport? Because we're using ATP to drive sodium against its concentration gradient, to keep pumping the sodium out of the cell. And then the potassium kind of comes in, you can almost imagine, passively. It doesn't require ATP. And that's why this is often called a sodium-potassium ATPase, which means it's a protein or an enzyme that breaks ATP. But it breaks ATP, it uses that energy to change its shape to pump sodium out and potassium in. Well, anyway, this is all a review of what we learned in those videos. But how does that help us, for example, get glucose out of our lumen? Well, what we have over here is we have other proteins. I'll just do the example of glucose. Let's say we have a protein here. And we call this the very general term for this is a cotransporter or a symporter. Cotransporter or a symporter. And symporter means it transfers two types of molecules in the same direction. Cotransporter means one molecule wants to go through because of its concentration gradient, and the other molecule kind of goes along for the ride. So you can imagine we're actively pumping out sodium. So if we're actively pumping out sodium over here on the basolateral side, then we're going to have a low sodium concentration here. We're going to have a low sodium concentration there. The more we pump out, the lower this is, and eventually it's going to be lower than the sodium concentration in the lumen. So the sodium concentration gradient, if there was no membrane here, sodium would want to go across this to kind of make up for all the lost sodiums over here. Sodium would want to cross that if there was no barrier. And what the cells here is take advantage of sodium wanting to move down its concentration gradient, which is happening because of this active transport over here, but it uses that energy of sodium going down its concentration gradient to actually also transport, in this case, maybe some glucose. So just you have to visualize it. You can imagine a protein that's on this apical membrane right here. So let's say we have a big protein. Well, let me draw it something like this. So maybe it looks something like this. It's just to get some type of visualization. Maybe you have more sodium on this side than you have on this side. So sodium is more likely to bond here. Maybe glucose will bond here. This is just a simplification. But when they bond, this protein is going to change its shape. It's going to change its shape to look something more like this when they bond. And now the sodium is going to be here, and the glucose is going to be here. We're essentially on the inside of the cell now. And in this conformation, they don't want to bond as much to the amino acids or whatever else is in the protein, and then they get released. And when they get released, then the protein will change its shape back to this right here, and we can do the cycle over again. But this is all stipulated on the idea that there's more sodium over here to bump into this point to make this reaction happen. So sodium is going to go down its concentration gradient. It's taking glucose for the ride. And then so essentially glucose concentration will go up high here. And then if we make this porous to glucose, so glucose can go through, then glucose will eventually, if this gets high enough, it'll just go down its concentration gradient eventually into the blood. And the same exact process is happening, maybe not exactly with glucose, but throughout the entire nephron. If we go to the loop of Henle, if we go to the ascending part, right here, where we're trying to get the salts out of the picture, same idea. Let me draw it. So let's say that right there is the lumen. This is a cell that makes up the wall of the lumen. We're in the loop of Henle now, and you have a sodium-potassium pump out here. You have sodium being pumped out. You have potassium gets pumped in, but actually potassium channels are leaky, so potassium can often make its way back out in either direction. So that's why what's happening to potassium isn't that important. But so sodium concentration becomes low here. So what we have are symporters over here. It's a symport over here, just like we have in glucose. But in this case, sodium wants to enter, just as the case with glucose. But here we're trying to transport chlorine and potassium ions, so that's what we're going to join. That's what's going to take advantage of sodium's concentration gradient. We're going to have potassium, we're going to have chlorine ions. And actually this symporter right here is called the sodium potassium, chlorine co-transporter, and it's the second variation that we actually get in the descending loop of Hindley. And so eventually you're going to end up with a lot of chlorine here, actually potassium for both directions. But as long as this is porous to chlorine, if this concentration gets high enough, the chlorine is going to make its way out and help make the medulla that much saltier along with the sodium. Same thing in the distal convoluted tubule. There, calcium. It's a little bit different. So if we're in the distal convoluted tubule, so let's say we're in the distal convoluted tubule, these kind of villi, these things that stick out, this is only in the proximal convoluted tubule, this brush borders. But over there, and just so you know, this idea where we're using a concentration gradient that's driven by some type of active transport to transport other things, this is called secondary active transport. Secondary active transport. That's nice to know. And then just finishing up at the distal convoluted tubule. So this was the lumen. Let's say that this is the lumen right here. Let's say, so we have cells on either side of that. You get the general idea. The distal is a little bit different. So let's say this is a cell, and let's say that this is a peritubular capillary right here. This is our blood. What we have here is, once again, we're pumping sodium out. We're pumping sodium out. Sodium potassium pumps. That whole video on that pumps potassium in. So you end up with a lot of sodiums over here. The membrane, the apical membrane that faces the lumen, is porous to calcium. So calcium, as whatever the concentration of calcium here is going to be here. So maybe you have calcium. These are calcium ions, just like that, floating around. And right here, what you have is an antiporter. So our concentration in the blood of sodium is going to be higher because we keep pumping it out. And so sodium, if you let it go down its concentration gradient, it will go back in. So maybe right here, you have some sodium going down its concentration gradient going back in. And then when that goes in, that you can almost imagine as some type of a rotating door, it makes the calcium go out. You can try to visualize yourself how a protein would actually do that. I kind of imagine a revolving door. The sodium makes the door revolve. The calcium is in the other part of the. So this is called an antiporter because they're going in different directions. But once again, it's secondary active transport, because the only way that this could work is if we have active transport using ATP of the sodium out of the basolateral membrane in every one of these cases. Anyway, hopefully you found that useful. It's more detailed than you normally get on how the nephron is actually pumping things out of the lumen into the peritubular capillaries. But for me, it made things a lot more concrete. It helps me really kind of internalize what the nephron is up to.
It's getting hotter. You're broken. Why are you broken? Oh, it's just that hot, huh? Maybe it's just that hot inside. I don't know. Could just be that hot. Maybe. These are glued, the ones I super glued.
So we've already talked about this part of the nephron, right? Remember, it's called the glomerulus, And it's a structure that receives an arteriole. It's called the afferent, meaning going towards, arterial. It's the arteriole that branches off of the renal artery, and it gives off this vessel right there. This is called the efferent arteriole. Efferent meaning going away from. And these are all talking about the glomerulus. So the afferent arteriole goes in, becomes really, really squiggly, and then it comes out as a single vessel, the efferent arteriole. In this process, a ton of fluid is filtered out of the blood and goes into this yellow capsule right here. This is Bowman's capsule, which is the first part of the nephron to actually collect fluid that's going to be filtered to become urine. And in this sense, the kidneys are pretty amazing. You know, in desert rats, these are animals that may never see free water in their entire life because they live in the desert. Their kidneys are so good at concentrating urine and absorbing water that sometimes their pee can actually be solid crystal. It sounds pretty painful, but it works for the desert rodents. Let's figure out how our nephrons work for us. After the glomerulus, the next part of the nephron is this guy right here, which is pretty convoluted, wouldn't you agree? But it's close to the glomerulus. So we name it according to those features. It's proximal to the glomerulus, so we call this a proximal, and because it's so windy, we call it convoluted. It's the proximal convoluted tubule. Proximal convoluted tubule. Kind of a mouthful, but these words perfectly describe what it is. The proximal convoluted tubule is very important for reabsorbing ions like sodium and chloride, but also some of our other builders of macromolecules like amino acids and even glucose. And remember, when we're absorbing things like this, and especially with sodium, we're going to take water with it as well. So water is reabsorbed at the proximal convoluted tubule too. In fact, I've read somewhere that the proximal convoluted tubule reabsorbs about 65% of all of these important nutrients. That's the most of anywhere else in the nephron that we're going to talk about. So it's pretty important. Where does the nephron go next? Well, it actually becomes this loop right here. It descends deep into the kidney and then it ascends back up again. This entire structure is affectionately called the loop of Henle. The loop of Henle. And it's got two limbs to it, as I've shown here, and they're going in opposite directions. One is called the descending limb. Descending because it's diving deep into the kidney. So this is the descending limb. And the other part of it, this guy right here, is called the ascending limb. Ascending because it rises up, ascending limb. And the reason why this is significant is because remember the kidney is kind of broken up into two main overall parts, right? There's a part that we call the renal cortex, that's above here, and then there's a part we call the renal medulla, which is down here. And the thing to remember is that the renal medulla is very salty because we have a lot of ion reabsorption happening here. Now I should further specify that the descending limb and the ascending limb of the loop of Henle reabsorb very separate things. The descending limb reabsorbs water, so we have mainly water coming here. And in fact, there are no ions that are reabsorbed at this point. It is impermeable to ions. On the other hand, the ascending limb does the exact opposite. Here, we reabsorb things like sodium, chloride, potassium, ion absorption happening here. Now, I should further specify that the descending limb and the ascending limb of the loop of Henle reabsorb very separate things. The descending limb reabsorbs water, so we have mainly water coming here. And in fact, there are no ions that are reabsorbed at this point. It is impermeable to ions. On the other hand, the ascending limb does the exact opposite. Here, we reabsorb things like sodium, chloride, potassium, and in fact, this part is impermeable to water. No water will be reabsorbed here in the ascending limb. And because of this, we have a very beautiful system that occurs as a result. This is called counter-current multiplication. Counter-current multiplication, which is also, I'll admit, a mouthful, but it completely makes sense, I promise. Counter-current multiplication. We say counter-current because the descending limb and the ascending limb go in opposite directions. That's why it's counter-current. Multiplication means that when we reabsorb ions in the ascending limb here and make the medulla salty by not reabsorbing water, that drives water to be reabsorbed passively in the descending limb. And we have a video that goes into detail about transport processes in the nephron. But here, just remember that water is reabsorbed passively. So no energy is expended to reabsorb water. And this is because we have used energy here in the ascending limb to reabsorb these ions. So active transport is used here. And by actively pumping ions into the medulla and no water in the ascending limb to make it salty, we can multiply the amount of water that is reabsorbed passively because it's driven into this space around the tubule or the nephron. The space around the tubule is just called interstitium. I'll write that off right here. So this is the interstitium. This is anything that is not the tubule or vessels, and that's just space around here. This is all just interstitium, just hanging out right here. And so all this ions that are reabsorbed into the medullary interstitium down here, the interstitium of the medulla, drive the passive reabsorption of water. All right, so I think we have a pretty good understanding of the loop of Henle and the countercurrent multiplication process that happens here. The next part of the nephron is this guy that kind of loops back and just kisses the glomerulus right there. And I'm sure you astutely noted that just like the proximal convoluted tubule, this tubule is also certainly very convoluted. So it's a tubule that is convoluted, let's say, but it's not as close to the glomerulus as the proximal convoluted tubule does. So instead, we shall call this guy the distal convoluted tubule. And this dude is responsible for the reabsorption of other ions like sodium and chloride. and it helps to just pick up more of these important nutrients that we'd like to have in our bloodstream that we don't want to pee away. The other thing I should mention now that I promise we go into more depth in a separate video is this very scientific kiss that happens here when the distal convoluted tubule comes by the glomerulus again. This produces something that's called, and this is a mouthful, the juxtaglomerular apparatus. Juxtaglomerular apparatus. And all this is responsible for is to control blood pressure. This is part of the kidney that's used to control blood pressure. We'll talk about this in detail in a separate video. So now that the distal convoluted tubules come up here and kiss the glomerulus and kind of come out here, it's time to collect whatever leftover fluid we have. And we do so in this guy right here. This is called the collecting tubule or the collecting duct. So it collects things that we have left over in the lumen or inside of this nephron. And one thing to note is that there are many DCTs or distal convoluted tubules that feed into this single collecting duct. So there's a DCT, and there's another one down here, right? And we actually reabsorb a couple of things in the collecting tubule as well. The main thing that we reabsorb into our interstitium is water. And another thing we reabsorb that I'll show deep in the medulla right here is urea. Urea is one of the main waste components that we actually pee away. But sometimes the kidneys like to hold on to urea to increase the osmolarity in the medulla to help drive water reabsorption in the loop of Henle. This goes into a process that's called urea recycling, if you've heard of that term before, but we're not going to go into detail for right now on that. Instead, we'll just mention here that urea is reabsorbed to maintain osmolarity. Maintain the osmolarity in our medulla that'll help drive water reabsorption in the loop of Henle. And finally, I want to close the loop on what happens to this poor efferent arteriole right here, because we came off the afferent arteriole, and this, I promised you, would turn into a capillary and then a venule. And here's where I'm going to talk about that. Because we've reabsorbed all of these awesome things here in blue, but we don't have a way to put them into the bloodstream yet. Well, the efferent arteriole gives us a way to do that. And it does so by kind of coming off this way. And just like all good arterioles, it branches off into even smaller branches, so much so that we branch off into smaller capillaries. And these capillaries will dance across our nephron and collect all this good stuff that we've talked about here in blue that gets reabsorbed into our interstitium. And I should mention that because these capillaries kind of hang out all over the place where our tubules are, we say that they are peritubular. Peritubular meaning just around the tubules. So sure enough, their official name is peritubular capillary, or we call them all peritubular capillaries. And so after we've collected our nutrients in these peritubular capillaries, we come back here, where we then start doing the exact opposite. Because now we've lost our oxygen, but we've reabsorbed these nutrients into our bloodstream. And then this will kind of come back together and head off into, I think you guessed it, the renal vein. And the renal vein will then take this back to the rest of the body. And that leaves the rest of what we've collected here in our tubules, in our lumen right here, that goes away. And this is going to become our urine. Our collecting tubule is where we first have urine. It's going to be sent off into our renal calyces. The rest of what we've collected here in our tubules, in our lumen right here, that goes away. And this is going to become our urine. Our collecting tubule is where we first have urine. It's going to be sent off into our renal calyces and then further on to be peed away. Next time you're with a group of friends and you have to go pee, be a little fancy. Stand up and announce to them that I must now undergo micturition. Micturition, which is a fancy phrase for to pee or to urinate. And so in this video, we're going to talk about the process of micturition. Beginning where we left off in the kidney, after we concentrate urine in our nephrons, we have this part that sort of touches the tip of the renal medulla. That's our renal calyx. Our renal calyx will be the part to first collect urine from the collecting tubules. And we said several renal calyces coalesce together into the renal pelvis. So that's the renal pelvis right there. And then the renal pelvis itself leaves the kidney through this tube called the ureter. The ureter, we've got two ureters right there. The ureter then conducts our urine inferiorly or towards our feet by connecting into the bladder. And note that these dotted lines imply that the ureters attach to the back or the posterior aspect of the bladder. So our ureters are like a one-way street because they have valves that prevent backflow of urine upwards. That means that the urine will only flow down towards your feet. But there are certainly some exceptions to this, which I encourage you then to think about what could happen. What could happen if you allow urine sort of flow backwards instead of in one direction towards the loo or the toilet. We'll talk about that in a minute. But for now, from our ureter, our urine makes it into the bladder that I've drawn right here. And you can see it from the front like this, but it may be useful to take a look at it from the side. So if I say this is the top, and then the bottom is over here, and our anterior side, or the front on this side, and our posterior aspect, or the back on this side, our bladder would look like this. We'd have this top right here, and then kind of spin down like so. And this front part right here would be kind of pointy. And so this comes down and collects here. And don't forget that our ureters conduct urine to the back right there. So you know, the two of them, these guys right there. And this is our posterior aspect. And the fancy thing about our bladder is that it's lined with something that's called transitional epithelium. Transitional epithelium, which is something like what you've heard of before. You may have heard of squamous epithelium, which is just flat epithelial cells, or columnar epithelium, which are taller cells. Transitional just means they're somewhere in between. And the reason why we do this is because it allows the bladder to expand. Remember, the bladder is going to be filling up with urine and holding onto it until we're at an appropriate place to go to the bathroom. So until then, our transitional epithelium allows our bladder to fill up and hold about 300 to 500 milliliters of urine, which is about the volume of a tall bottle of water. This then leads to a structure down here. And I'll draw going that way, and I'll draw it here as well. It goes straight into the loop. This final part of our urinary tract is called the urethra. The urethra. And we don't just have urine leak from the bladder and go straight into the urethra. There's some control here at the neck of the bladder, right about there. We have what's called the internal, because it's deep inside us, the internal urethral, because it surrounds the urethra, sphincter. That's the internal urethral sphincter. And it's just a circle of muscle that is not under our control, but it makes sure that the bladder keeps urine within it and doesn't leak out urine unless it's really full. And so we don't have control over the internal urethral sphincter. So if you were to guess what type of muscle this is, I'm sure you'd say this certainly is going to be smooth muscle. Smooth muscle because it's involuntarily controlled. And just for reference, that sits about right there. So that's going to be our internal urethral sphincter. So now that we've covered the bladder, I think this would be a good opportunity to take a look at a video within this video that shows how the ureters spray urine into the bladder. We call this a ureter jet. And sometimes you can see this on ultrasound, like here. I've oriented the ultrasound like this. You can kind of take a look at the top and the bottom of the bladder, but some of the rest of this image may be a little different. But just focus on the bladder for right now. And let's play this video. Oh, and I should mention that this thing right here tells you how much flow that you have. So notice whenever you see anything in yellow or orange, that just means that's urine that's being ejected into the bladder. So as I press play, notice that we have one stream that fires in, that's one ureter.
That's pretty cool.
And then when that stops, we're very lucky to see another ureter right there fire some urine into our bladder. I got this video from one of my mentors, Dr. John Fox, who was very nice to lend me this. Going back to the cartoon world that we have here, we can focus on what happens once urine leaves the bladder and goes into the urethra. The urethra will conduct urine to the outside world. And that's the organ that we use to pee away our urine. But the path from the bladder to the bathroom is very different if we're talking about men versus women. So I've got this female bladder right here that's going to lead into a female urethra that we're going to talk about. And I'm going to contrast that with the male urethra. Now, to be complete, the female urethra has sort of the same setup as the male urethra. It leads out of the body and has its own internal urethral sphincter right up there. And then there's a part of the urethra that happens afterwards right here that's called the membranous urethra. So membranous, because we pass through a membrane or a sheet that circles the urethra. And so we've already talked about something that circles the urethra already, and that's kind of right above the structure I'm drawing in right now. We had the internal urethral sphincter that was circling our urethra at the neck of the bladder. Down here, this membrane or this sheet that we have sort of circling our urethra is the external urethral sphincter. And because it's external and it's something that we control, this is going to be made up of skeletal muscle. Skeletal muscle, and this is what we learn to control through potty training. Now, to contrast that with the male situation, we don't go directly into the membranous urethra. No, instead we have a portion that's called the prostatic urethra. The prostatic urethra, because we pass through an organ called the prostate. It's not directly involved in the urinary system, but it circumscribes the urethra right there. After the prostatic urethra, then we have the membranous urethra. So that's the part that's the same as what we've got in women. So we have our membranous urethra. And of course, in dudes, we've also got this sheet or this muscle that's surrounding our urethra here. That's our external urethral sphincter that's under voluntary control because it's skeletal muscle. And then from there, we lead into what's called the spongy urethra. The spongy urethra is just the part of the urethra that's in the penis. So that's in the penis. And then afterwards, the urine leaves the body and it's out in the external world. This entire system right here is in contact with the external environment. Now, as you may have guessed, women don't have a spongy urethra. So what happens after the membranous urethra is actually kind of short-lived. This is actually going to be pretty short in comparison to the male urethra. So the connection to the outside world is a little more direct in females than it is in men. Now, this kind of goes back to that comment I made earlier about backflow. We make sure that our valves here in the ureter makes urine go in one direction to the bladder, and then we're going to go out this way. But if we don't have valves and we do have backflow, we can end up having what's called stasis, or urine just kind of hanging out up here or maybe up in the kidney for a long period of time. Now that can be problematic, especially because we're in contact with the external environment. And you know that there are things like bacteria and viruses and fungi that can cause an infection. So if we have stasis right here, I'll just write a little telephone pole right there, stasis right there, we may have a greater risk of infection. Greater risk for infection because one of the functions of urinating is also to dispel bacteria that may have made it up the urethra from contact with the external environment. So we have a greater risk of infection if we have backflow, and we have a greater risk of infection if we have a shorter urethra, which is what happens in females. And that's the whole reason why women tend to have more urinary tract infections. So I'll write that down. That's a urinary tract infection, a UTI. They happen more so in women than they do in men because women have a shorter urethra. Either way, the urine makes it out of the body, goes into the loop, and effectively discards the waste products that we've made in our body that we filtered and concentrated in our kidneys.
Well, there you go. There you go, folks. That's what it is. That's what it is. Yep.
The body has a really, really cool way of controlling blood pressure. And you'll hear about this RAS system. And RAS stands for renin-angiotensin, RA, aldosterone system. So let's go through this RAS system kind of as an overview, just looking at where things start from and where things go in terms of cells and hormones. So those are the two things I want to try to distinguish between. So this RAS system, RAAS, begins with a set of cells. So I'm going to draw all of my cells as little blue houses like that. And the hormones that they release are going to be orange messengers. So I'm going to draw a little messenger. This will be my little person. And so the person is the hormone and the blue house is the cell. Now the key cell in the RAS system is the juxtaglomerular cell, So JG cell. And these juxtaglomerular cells are actually in the kidney, but they're in a specific location. They're actually in blood vessels. And if you look closely, these JG cells are nothing more than very special smooth muscle cells. So if you look in the blood vessel, they're actually just like smooth muscle cells. So I'm going to write smooth muscle just to remind you. This is just a reminder of where they are. And of course, these are in the kidney. So here's my little kidney. It may not look like a kidney, but that's what it's supposed to be. So the juxtaglomerular cells are releasing a hormone called renin. And when would they do that? Well, renin is eventually, we'll see when, eventually going to help us raise blood pressure. So if the juxtaglomerular cells, if these little guys notice that blood pressure is low, that would be a trigger for releasing renin. That's the first trigger. So low blood pressure. Very good. Now, that's not the only trigger. There are actually 3 triggers in total. So let me write out 2 and 3, and let's go through what they are. So the second trigger is a neighboring cell. So this neighboring cell is actually a sympathetic nerve cell. We know that sympathetic nerve cells, they fire when would they do that? Well, renin is eventually, we'll see when, eventually going to help us raise blood pressure. So if the juxtaglomerular cells, if these little guys notice that blood pressure is low, that would be a trigger for releasing renin. That's the first trigger. So low blood pressure. Very good. Now, that's not the only trigger. There are actually 3 triggers in total. So let me write out 2 and 3, and let's go through what they are. So the second trigger is a neighboring cell. So this neighboring cell is actually a sympathetic nerve cell. And we know that sympathetic nerve cells, they fire whenever something big is going on. So for example, let's say you're running away from a bear, or let's say you're trying to win a fight, or let's say you're in a car accident and you're bleeding. Any sort of major stressor is going to cause these nerve cells to start firing. And when they fire, that JG cell starts releasing renin. So the second trigger would be sympathetics. I'll just write sympathetics, or maybe sympathetic nerves. Now, if these are your neighboring cells, these little sympathetic nerve cells, because they literally end right on the JG cells, then a little ways away, still in the kidney, of course, but still a little ways away, not touching the JG cells, would be the macula densa cells. Macula densa cells. Now, stay with me for this. These macula densa cells are also in the kidney, and actually they're in the distal tubule of the nephron. So remember the distal convoluted tubule. They're there, and their interesting ability is the ability to sense sodium. And when you have low blood pressure, not a lot of blood is moving through that glomerulus, and so not a lot of fluid is moving through the nephron as a result, and a lot of the salt is being reabsorbed. So by the time it gets to the distal convoluted tubule, the macula densa cells, they're kind of tasting or sensing the fluid that goes by, and they say, there's not a lot of salt here. And they put 2 and 2 together, and they realize that the reason there's not a lot of salt is that blood pressure is low. So when they don't sense much salt, they say, hey, JG cells, wake up, do something about this, raise blood pressure for us. And so they send a message over in the form of prostaglandins. So prostaglandins are kind of local messengers. Unlike renin, which is kind of a long-distance messenger, prostaglandins act locally, and actually lots and lots of cells in our body use prostaglandins to send local messages. So that's what they do. So the third trigger, just to summarize it, would be low salt in the distal convoluted tubule. And specifically that it's the macula densa cells that pick up on this convoluted tubule. Okay. So these are the 3 major triggers for renin release. And now this is all happening in the kidney, right? That's where all of this action is occurring. But there are other organs involved in blood pressure control as well. And the one that is next on our list is the liver cell. So liver cells are actually, here we go, a little house for cells, are also making a hormone of their own. And it's going to meet up with renin in a second. And it's called angiotensinogen. Angiotensinogen. And angiotensinogen is kind of like a sleepwalker. If you were to zoom in on its face, it would be asleep. And so I'm going to draw it that way. It's there and it's moving around the body, but it's not active. On our list is the liver cell. So liver cells are actually, here we go, a little house for cells, are also making a hormone of their own. And it's going to meet up with renin in a second. And it's called angiotensinogen. Angiotensinogen. And angiotensinogen is kind of like a sleepwalker. If you were to zoom in on its face, it would be asleep. And so I'm going to draw it that way. It's there and it's moving around the body, but it's not active. And that's the key thing. It's not active, but it meets renin, and renin literally chops off a big hunk of angiotensinogen. And if that doesn't wake you up, I don't know what would. So angiotensinogen becomes angiotensin 1. Angiotensin 1. After meeting renin. So renin is an enzyme that cuts a big chunk of this angiotensinogen protein away. And angiotensin 1 is the result. And if you were to zoom in on this guy's face, it would be awake. Maybe
we're good.
even a little smile. So angiotensin 1 now floats through blood vessels. And of course, blood vessels have cells lining them. So let's draw a little house. So little cells, and these are the endothelial cells. These are the cells that are lining the blood vessel on the inside. And classically, we used to think that this is almost always happening in the lungs, but more and more realizing that it definitely does happen in the lungs, but it's in other places as well, other vessels as well. And so endothelial cells in a number of parts of our body, including the lungs, are able to convert angiotensin 1 into angiotensin 2. So angiotensin 2 is formed. And this is also, of course, a hormone, so I'll draw it as a little person. And angiotensin 2 is happy as a clam because angiotensin 2 has lots of activity, very, very active hormone, does all sorts of things. I'm going to draw them in for you now. So angiotensin 2 will go out to a number of different places. I'm going to draw 4 arrowheads here. 1, 2, and then 2 in the middle. 3, let's do 4. And so it goes to 4 places, and 4 different cell types are affected by angiotensin 2. Now, keep in mind, at the beginning of all this, we're trying to raise blood pressure. So just keep that thought in your head. So 4 different cell types are affected, and here is the 4th. So the first one over here is smooth muscle cells in the blood vessels. So smooth muscle cells, and this is blood vessels all over the body, not just in the kidney, but this is smooth muscle cells all over the body, are going to contract. They're going to constrict down, and they're going to cause increased resistance, because you remember that as the blood vessels constrict, vasoconstrict, that will increase resistance. Okay, so that's one effect. Now, in a different cell type altogether, in the kidney cells, you actually have the ability, the angiotensin 2 actually makes these kidney cells hold on to more water. So you have more volume. It actually helps the kidney hold on to more water, and more volume, think about it in terms of stroke volume, is
now. Hey guys, don't worry, we're gonna finish this one, but I need help. I need help my mom. So yeah, just hang tight, and we'll do the questions too. So hang tight. We'll finish this one. After this one, we'll probably be done. And then I'll do some Anki. Oh yeah, just hang tight, guys. Hang tight. I'll be back.
these blood vessels constrict, vasoconstrict, that will increase resistance. Okay, so that's one effect. Now in a different cell type altogether, in the kidney cells, you actually have the ability, the angiotensin 2 actually makes these kidney cells hold on to more water. So you have more volume. It actually helps the kidney hold on to more water, and more volume, think about it in terms of stroke volume, is going to increase stroke volume. So you've got increased resistance and now increased stroke volume. So those are two cell types that angiotensin 2 will act on. It also acts on a couple of glands. So I'm going to try to draw for you.
Where'd I put it? Shoot. Hold on, guys. I'll be back. I left my pencil.
Pituitary gland, the angiotensin 2 actually makes these kidney cells hold on to more water. So you have more volume. It actually helps the kidney hold on to more water, and more volume, think about it in terms of stroke volume, is going to increase stroke volume. So you've got increased resistance and now increased stroke volume. So those are two cell types that angiotensin 2 will act on. It also acts on a couple of glands. So I'm going to try to draw for you the pituitary gland. And this pituitary gland is sitting at the base of the brain. And this gland is called that because it secretes hormones as well. So it's actually sending off messengers as well. So here's a little hormone, again, in orange. Remember, all our hormones are in orange. And this one is called ADH. ADH, antidiuretic hormone. And that ADH does some of the same stuff at the end of the day that angiotensin 2 will do, in that it will increase resistance of blood vessels, and it will actually also increase volume by making the kidney hold on to more water. Now, the fourth cell type is going to be the adrenal gland. So the adrenal gland is here, and this adrenal is called adrenal because it's sitting on top of the kidney, which is the adrenal. This adrenal gland is also making a hormone because it's a gland, and that hormone is going to act right there. And this is their little messenger, and this is called aldosterone. Aldosterone. So you've got aldosterone and ADH that are also acting on some of the same cells. And I should rephrase that, not exactly the same cells, but the same organs as the angiotensin 2. So here, aldosterone is going to act on kidney cells to increase volume, and ADH is going to act on, as I said before, the kidney and smooth muscle. So let me scroll up. Let me scroll up and show you now from the top some interesting things I want to point out. So we've got at the very top, all of the action, you'll remember, started in our kidneys, right? It started in the kidney with the macula densa cell and our JG cell, and even our nerve endings were in the kidneys. And one of the key target organs down here is, of course, the kidney. So things are starting in the kidney and also ending in the kidney. Now you'll say, well, what about the smooth muscle cells? Isn't that all over the body? And you're absolutely right. It does also affect us, given our nerve endings or in the kidneys. It in our kidneys, right? It started in the kidney with the macula densa cell and our JG cell, and even our nerve endings were in the kidneys. And one of the key target organs down here is, of course, the kidney. So things are starting in the kidney and also ending in the kidney. Now you'll say, well, what about the smooth muscle cells? Isn't that all over the body? And you're absolutely right. It does also affect smooth muscle in other parts of the body. But I just want to point out the fact that the kidney is a major player in this game. Now, that's one point. The other point is that when people talk about the renin, angiotensin, aldosterone system, they're talking about certain pathways, and they're specifically talking about, for example, this arrow right here, this hormone, obviously. They're talking about this angiotensinogen, and they're talking about angiotensin 1, and they're also referring to angiotensin 2 and all of its targets. So they're going to talk about angiotensin 2 affecting the smooth muscle and the two glands, the pituitary as well as the adrenal gland, and its effect on the kidney. So they're really referring to all of those things. So they want to make sure you remember that that it's affecting at least four target cell types, and finally that aldosterone down here has a huge effect on the kidney as well. So these are the important points to take away from this overview, that there are many different hormones involved, and I've tried to keep them color-coded all in orange to make sure we keep track of them, and the fact that the kidney is a major player in blood pressure control. Think back to the kidney, and we talked about how there's an efferent and afferent arteriole. This is the afferent arteriole going towards the glomerulus, and there's a whole clump of blood vessels here. And then there's the efferent arteriole that leaves that clump of blood vessels. And those blood vessels we know are going to be surrounded by the Bowman's capsule. And we named all the different parts of the nephron, the proximal convoluted tubule, the loop of Henle, and then this is the distal convoluted tubule, and I'm drawing it in between the afferent and efferent arteriole on purpose. And this is where all the different distal convoluted tubules meet up into that collecting duct. And in this section, this video, I want to basically expand on this little piece, where the efferent and afferent arteriole are coming together into the glomerulus, and in between them how there's that distal convoluted tubule. So just keep that picture in mind as I start expanding this drawing. So over here we have, let's start with the afferent arteriole. I'm going to start drawing it. Hopefully I'll have enough space here. Something like that. And these are the endothelial cells here. Endothelial cells that are lining that blood vessel, that arteriole, right? Endothelial cells. And on this side we have the same endothelial cells, of course, but now it's leaving right? It's leaving the glomerulus. So we've got coming and going, and over here, this is the efferent arteriole, efferent, and of course the other one would be the afferent arteriole. And in fact, I'm gonna reverse this arrow just so there's no confusion about direction of blood flow. I want you to be confused about where the blood is flowing. It's going to be going like that, and this is the afferent arteriole. Okay, I've got my blood vessels labeled. And between the two, I also have the, I said, distal convoluted tubule. So let's draw that in. And this is the cells surrounding that distal convoluted tubule. There it is. And there are some very special cells also in here. I'm going to draw in a different color. And they are the macula densa cells. They're actually part of the tubule, but they're very special. So I'm going to draw them for that reason. So this is the distal convoluted tubule. And in green, I said the macula densa cells. A lot of names I'm throwing at you, and I want you to start feeling comfortable with these names because they're actually going to be used quite a bit. Macula densa cells. It's not particularly hard once you get used to the language, but I know it can be confusing to see all these funny words thrown up at you. Now, the next thing I want you to think back about and remember is that arterioles don't have just one. One layer, right? I mean, we know that arterioles have multiple layers. The inner layer, the tunica intima, is the endothelial cells. We know that. But there's also smooth muscle cells, right? We know that there's also a layer of the tunica media that's in here with smooth muscle cells. And I'm going to try to draw some smooth muscle cells right there. So we have a layer of these smooth muscle cells. And if you look closely under a microscope, you'll see that there's also some interesting cells right here, right there. And I'm drawing them in blue just to highlight that they're different, but they're actually very similar to smooth muscle cells. And so in a way, they're specialized smooth muscle cells. So let me label these two new cell types I've drawn for you. Actually, I'll label them down here. Smooth muscle cells. Smooth muscle cells. And they're on the afferent arterial side. You'll see them a little bit on the efferent arterial side as well, but mostly on the afferent arterial side. Smooth muscle cells. And then you have these juxtaglomerular cells. Talk about a funny word, huh? Juxtaglomerular cells. All right, so juxtaglomerular cells are there. And if you look under a microscope, they'd be full of granules. And so sometimes actually they're even called granular cells. Granular cells. And so let me draw in some granules just to remind you that that's what people see under a microscope. Little green granules in this case. And put them into all of them. And you know that these cells are on both sides of the vessel because, of course, we cut it long ways. So we're just looking at it as if it's disconnected. But you know these two sides are obviously touching if you thought of it in 3 dimensions. And now I've talked about 4 cell types. Let's round it out with the last cell type. This is in orange now. This is the mesangial cell. And mesangial cells are really there for structure. They're really there to hold the whole thing together so that the blood vessels and the nephron are in close contact and structurally sound. So think of them as being there for support reasons. So these are the mesangial cells. Mesangial cells. And so combined, if you think about all this stuff together, remember this is all the white box in the little picture kind of blown up. If you think about all this stuff together, the macula densa cells, you've got the endothelial cells, the smooth muscle cells, the juxtaglomerular cells, and the mesangial cells, put together, this whole thing is the juxtaglomerular complex, or apparatus rather. Juxtaglomerular apparatus. Apparatus. Kind of a funny word, but it's how people refer to all these cells. The juxtaglomerular apparatus. And the key here is remembering that the goal of the juxtaglomerular apparatus is to release renin. And so think about where renin is. Now I mentioned these little granules, right here, and these are actually each going to be loaded with renin. So these little granules, when they dump themselves into the blood vessel, this is your renin. This is renin. And that renin is going to make its way into the afferent arteriole, just the way I drew it. And then it's going to go through the glomerulus, and on the other side, it's going to sprinkle out and go out the efferent arteriole. So that's the way renin gets released. But what we haven't figured out yet, what I haven't said, is how, why does the juxtaglomerular cells, why would it release, or how does it release the renin? What is the trigger? So let's talk about triggers now. Let's figure out what are the key triggers for release of renin. What are the triggers? And there are three, actually, the three common ones that we know. So one is simply low blood pressure. So these cells are going to feel mechanically, they're going to feel less blood pressure. They're going to say, well, what's going on here? Pressure is low. We've got to do something about it. Great. We're going to release renin. So one trigger would be low blood pressure. That's the first one. And that's actually directly sensed by the juxtaglomerular cells. So that's actually sensed right here. I'm going to draw one for that. Now, the second trigger is a nerve cell trigger, and actually I haven't even drawn that in for you yet. So remember that this is kind of a blood vessel here, right? With our two layers, our endothelial layer, and then we have our tunica media layer, and then there's also a kind of an external layer, right? Tunica externa. And we also have our kind of blood vessel here, and these mesangial cells are also kind of specialized smooth muscle cells. So we have these layers of blood vessels, and the two blood vessels here are kind of merging and fusing right here, right? They're kind of coming together right here. But in this external layer, you actually have, I'm going to draw in yellow, little nerve endings, right? Little nerve endings. And remember, nerves can end in that layer, that tunica externa layer. And so you have these sympathetic nerve endings, sympathetics. Sympathetic nerves, and they actually come and sit with their little endings right on the juxtaglomerular cell. So they're sitting right there, and when they fire, that's going to make the juxtaglomerular cells want to dump out their renin. So the second trigger is sympathetic nerves. Sympathetic nerves. Okay. Now, there's one more trigger, third trigger, and this one is actually a little bit of a distance away. And it's the macula densa cells. So I mentioned them earlier, and I said that they're special. And I haven't really gotten into why they're so special. So let me tell you right now. So what happens is these macula densa cells, they're sitting there in the distal convoluted tubule, kind of sampling what comes through. They're just kind of feeling out what comes through, and they're seeing sodium come through. And they're checking, and they're saying, okay, there's a lot of sodium, there's a little bit of sodium. And when they start sensing that the sodium content, that the amount of sodium coming through that distal convoluted tubule, quite low. When they start feeling like not too much sodium is coming through, they start thinking to themselves, why is this happening? And if you think about it, you can figure it out too. So if there's not a lot of sodium here, it's probably because there's not a lot of sodium here. And that could be because there's not enough sodium here or here. So really, when the distal convoluted tubule senses low sodium, it's probably related to the fact that not enough sodium is getting in at the get-go, at the point of filtration. And that could be a reflection on low blood pressure. So the macula densa cells, when they sense low sodium levels, really what they're sensing is low pressure in that glomerulus. And so if there's low pressure in that glomerulus, remember this is our glomerulus right here. If there's low pressure in the glomerulus, they think, okay, well, that's probably the reason our sodium levels are low, and let's send a signal out to the juxtaglomerular cells. So low sodium in the macula densa, picked up by the macula densa rather. It means that the filtration pressure in the glomerulus was too low. And so what they decide to do is, let me find a new color here, maybe something like this, is they send a little messenger. They send a messenger. I'll do my messenger in orange. To go over to the juxtaglomerular cells. And that messenger is a little molecule called prostaglandin. Prostaglandin. And it's a local messenger, meaning that it really doesn't act far away from these two cells. It just acts locally. So this local hormone,
This is nice.
and it's
This
sometimes
is a
called a
nice diagram.
paracrine hormone. I wrote that here. Paracrine hormone is going to send the signal from the macula densa cells over to the juxtaglomerular cells to say, hey, here's a trigger. We sense low sodium, and we think it's because the pressure is too low. Why don't you go and do something about it? So those are the three triggers. Actually, I don't think I've been good about labeling them. This is trigger number 2, and this is trigger number 3. These are the 3 triggers that will make the renin get released into the bloodstream. This is a picture of renin. It's a molecule, and I've actually already drawn kind of a Pac-Man-like shape around it. But when I talk about renin coming out of the juxtaglomerular cells, I just want you to get a sense for what it actually looks like. And this is a 3-dimensional figure of this protein. Keep in mind, this is a protein hormone, meaning it's a protein that has the ability of letting one cell talk to other cells kind of at a distance away. So this is what that renin looks like. And we'll discuss more about how renin works in the next video.
Very nice.
We've talked a lot about the kidney, but I want to point out that the kidney is not the only organ that's involved in controlling your blood pressure. And in fact, the liver plays a really important role in helping you create the right enzymes and proteins to control your blood pressure. So I'm going to sketch out real quick some liver cells here. And these liver cells are busy making a lot of different proteins. One of them is actually called angiotensinogen. So angiotensinogen gets made by these little liver cells, and they dump it out into the blood vessel, just like that. And if you're to draw angiotensinogen, it's actually a pretty large molecule, and it has lots and lots of amino acids. And amino acids are these tiny little circles that I'm drawing, and I'm connecting them with little bonds. So you can imagine amino acids being like pearls on a necklace. And in total, angiotensinogen has about 450 plus amino acids. So it's a pretty long chain, 452 actually amino acids. So it's a pretty long chain. I'm not going to draw all of it, but you get the idea that it's some crazy long chain like that, and little amino acids strung together all the way through. So this huge protein gets put into the blood vessels by the liver cells, and that starts floating around. If you were to actually zoom in on the little protein, if you could give it a face, it would maybe look something like this, because even though it's floating around the body and it's going to different parts of the body, it's basically asleep. It's not really active. And I just want you to keep that kind of tucked in the back of your mind, that even though it's there, it's not truly active. It's not really doing a whole lot. So at the same time, you also have the kidney. And the kidney is not idle. The kidney is busy making a hormone of its own. So you know that there's the afferent arteriole. Afferent arteriole is the blood vessel that's headed into the glomerulus. So it's actually headed on its way into the part of the kidney where all of the urine is initially made. So the afferent arteriole, blood is going that way. And lining this afferent arteriole, you remember there are little cells all the way through like this, and these are called juxtaglomerular cells. Juxtaglomerular cells. I'm actually kind of doing a simplified version of it, because this is the part that I really want to focus in on right now. And these juxtaglomerular cells have in them little granules, and they're sometimes even called granular cells, you might recall. And these granular cells sense, either themselves or one of their neighbors help them sense when the blood pressure is low. And these granules get dumped into the bloodstream and actually eventually become, or at the very microscopic level, if you were to look, you can actually see that these are little proteins called renin. And these are proteins that act at a distant site. And so anytime you have proteins that act on cells that are far away, we call those hormones. And so these peptide or protein hormones are basically going to work on cells far away. And so if the renin is floating around in the blood and the angiotensinogen is floating around in the blood, they might meet up, right? So they might meet up in your blood vessel in your arm, or they might meet up in your blood vessel in your leg, or in your abdomen. So they might meet up wherever, right? Somewhere in your body, these two protein hormones are going to meet up. And when they do, a really interesting thing happens. So just keep in mind that angiotensinogen is kind of asleep, and renin meets up with it. So what happens when they meet up? It's pretty much a meeting of two messengers, right? And these two messengers are going to have an interaction. And this is what's going to happen. So you have your angiotensin. It looks like this, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I'm going to, as I did before, just kind of draw this long tail. And this is about 442 amino acids long, right? Because that's what's left over. And the renin comes in right here. And now you can see why I purposefully kind of drew renin as a little Pac-Man, because what it does is it cuts. It will chop off a huge chunk of that angiotensinogen molecule. And so what you're left with, after renin has gotten through with it, you're left with 10 amino acids, something like that. So you have 10 amino acids there. Then you have, of course, that long chain, that is going to be tossed aside, and it will not come into use any further in this story. And so you have that long chain of amino acids, but then you have that chain of 10 amino acids. And this chain of 10 is called angiotensin 1. And you remember we kind of drew out angiotensinogen as being asleep. And now angiotensin 1 is awake. So this renin, the key thing that it did is kind of activate angiotensin into something that is awake and able to do something of its own. So angiotensin 1. Now this is still a hormone, it's still a method of its own to something that is awake and able to do something of its own. So angiotensin 1. Now this is still a hormone, it's still a messenger, and it continues to float around. So it's still making its way around the body, and at some point it's going to get into the tiny little capillaries. I'm drawing them very teeny tiny on purpose here. The tiny little capillaries, and capillaries have little endothelial cells. In fact, these capillaries are usually only one cell layer thick, right? So it's really just the endothelium that is sitting there. And this endothelium is really, really interesting because it has an enzyme that sits on its surface. So if you looked at the endothelial cells very carefully under a microscope, you might notice something like this. It's got little enzymes, and I'm trying to draw little diamonds here on the surface. And that's because these enzymes are called angiotensin converting enzyme. So that's the name of these enzymes. And actually, you can imagine people don't like to say the whole thing all the time. They try to shorten it to ACE. So if someone says, oh yeah, I've got some endothelium here with ACE in it, they're talking about the fact that there's a little enzyme sitting on the edge of the cell, like that. And these little enzymes are just waiting. They're just waiting for angiotensin 1 to pop through. So this is my angiotensin 1. I'm drawing it kind of tiny so that I can actually show it to you. And when it touches that little angiotensin converting enzyme, 2 of the amino acids pop off. 2 of them are actually cut off. And so you can see that it went from 10 amino acids to 8 amino acids. And it'll happen everywhere. So let's say you've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then you'll get 2 popped off right there. So basically this angiotensin converting enzyme that sits in the capillaries is going to chop off 2 of the last amino acids and leave you then with just 8 amino acids. So in the blood vessel, then you have just 8 amino acids and like that. And this 8 amino acid enzyme is called angiotensin 2. This is angiotensin 2. And again, if you were to draw it kind of as a human face, it would be awake as before, but this time it'd be very happy. And the reason it's so happy is that it's very, very active. And so this is kind of an example of less is more, right? Because you started with 452 amino acids and finally cut it down to 10 and then to 8. And now that it's 8 amino acids, it's super active. It's very, very primed and ready to carry out its function. And you'll see what that is. But I wanted to show you very quickly how renin gets the process started by chopping off a huge hunk, and how the angiotensin converting enzyme in the little capillary beds also do a trick. And actually, I should mention very briefly, for many, many years, for a long time, it was always thought that these angiotensin converting enzymes were just found in the lungs. In fact, many books still say that. But actually, more and more, we're seeing that it's found definitely in the lungs. And a lot of the angiotensin converting enzyme is there. But there are many other parts of the body, including the kidney, where you can find that enzyme as well. A lot of the capillary beds. So let's stop there. We'll pick up with angiotensin 2 in the next video.
This guy's pretty good. Where's my going on here? What's going on here? What's going on? Okay. All right, let's get back.
We know that angiotensin 2 is a pretty small hormone. It's only about 8 amino acids. And so I'm going to draw it that way, with 8 little balls representing 1 amino acid per a little ball, almost like pearls on a necklace. And they're floating through this blood vessel, and they're headed to many different targets. So these little molecules are headed to various organs. And so let's talk about what those organs might be. So one target for sure is the blood vessel. So we have the blood vessel here, and in the blood vessel wall, we have smooth muscle, and the angiotensin hormone actually gets that smooth muscle to constrict. And so that's called. So we've talked about angiotensin 2, and we know that angiotensin 2 is a pretty small hormone. It's only about 8 amino acids. And so I'm going to draw it that way, 8 little balls representing one amino acid per tiny little ball, almost like pearls on a necklace. And they're floating through this blood vessel, and they're headed to many different targets. So these little molecules are headed to various organs. And so let's talk about what those organs might be. So one target for sure is the blood vessel. So we have the blood vessel here, and in the blood vessel wall, we have smooth muscle, and the angiotensin hormone actually gets that smooth muscle to constrict. And so that's called vasoconstriction. It's actually easy to remember this because if you think about the word angiotensin, it's literally angio meaning blood vessel, and tensin you can think of making tense. So it's making the blood vessel tense and constrict down. And we know that if you cause vasoconstriction, you're going to actually increase resistance because that's how resistance works in tubes. And so if you're increasing resistance, try to keep in mind that formula that we talked about way back when for blood pressure, delta P equals Q times R. And now we're finally kind of seeing how this formula is useful. And so if we talk about P on the arterial side minus P on the venous side, that would be the change in pressure, that'd be delta P. And that equals Q. And this Q is actually going to be a couple things. It's going to be stroke volume times heart rate. And so that's the flow, and all of that times resistance. And so, and I should make this very clear so you're not confused by what I'm writing here. Sometimes my penmanship gets a little bit wacky, but you've got, this is your flow. So you have these, this increase in resistance, and you can see that if I tell you that your venous pressure over here is really not going to change a whole heck of a lot, then if you can increase your resistance, then you can definitely see how you would increase your arterial pressure. So it makes perfect sense using the formula, and you can see now how angiotensin II accomplishes that. So that's not, oh, and actually the last thing I should mention before I move on is that this is actually a pretty rapid response. So very quickly, the blood vessels will start constricting if angiotensin II is around. So now another target organ would be the kidneys. And so here's a little kidney here. And this kidney is going to be affected by angiotensin II very slowly by comparison. So it's actually more of a slow response. And what actually happens is you get sodium reabsorption. So sodium reabsorption. And as the kidneys are reabsorbing the sodium, they actually also pick up water. And so as the blood starts filling up with more sodium and more water that you're not peeing out because you're, of course, reabsorbing it from what would otherwise have been urine, you end up having very concentrated urine, and your blood ends up getting all the salt and water, and your stroke volume goes up. Your stroke volume increases. And you can see from that equation that we just drew that if your stroke volume goes up, then again, your arterial blood pressure would go up as well. So here's a double check for that. So now the stroke volume goes up and your resistance goes up, your arterial pressure is definitely going to start going up. So angiotensin affects 2 different target organs, and actually it's not even done there. It continues to affect other things. So
Right.
it even has an effect on the pituitary gland. So this is your pituitary gland, and the pituitary gland is actually in charge of releasing hormones of its own. And so when it gets a signal from angiotensin II, it'll start sending off its own hormone called ADH. And ADH is antidiuretic hormone. And actually, instead of, so it'll definitely cause vasoconstriction of the blood vessels, just like angiotensin II did. But instead of that sodium reabsorption, this ADH actually causes water reabsorption. Water reabsorption. Now, the effect for blood pressure in many ways is going to be similar because if you're reabsorbing water, again, your stroke volume will go up. If your stroke volume goes up, your arterial pressure goes up. So at the end of the day, your pressure will still go up, but it's slightly different because it's water reabsorption versus salt reabsorption. And we'll talk about the difference momentarily. But before I get to that, the last target organ I want to mention is another gland called the adrenal gland. And the adrenal gland is literally sitting on top of the kidneys, and that's why it's called adrenal. And the adrenal gland is going to send off its own hormone called aldosterone. And aldosterone is going to affect the kidneys. And just like the angiotensin II, aldosterone is going to cause salt reabsorption. And that's the main kind of thing that it does. And this salt reabsorption is going to lead to more water reabsorption and increase in stroke volume. So you can see how increase in resistance and increase in stroke volume is how our body is going to get our blood pressure back in control. Now, I want to talk about one thing, which is in a little bit more detail, which is this whole salt versus water reabsorption issue. So both of them increase stroke volume. So you might be wondering, what is the difference and why did I talk about the two separately? So let me get to that now. Let's do sodium or salt on this side. I'll write sodium. And on this side, I'll write water. And we'll talk about sodium first. So if you have your nephron here, this is what's going to eventually lead to urine. You have little cells here lining it, and you have them on both sides. I'm just going to focus on one side for simplicity. And you have a blood vessel, let's say right here. And so these cells are going to help to reabsorb stuff that's otherwise going to go into the urine. And so one strategy for getting water back, let's say you want to reabsorb water, which is what you want to do if you want to increase your blood pressure. One strategy for getting water back would be to pull out salt. because you know that if you pull out salt through osmosis, water is going to follow, right? So that's a pretty good strategy. Getting water back, that would work. But the assumption, and this is very, very important, the assumption is that this barrier right here is permeable to water. Permeable to water. And so if it is permeable to water, then this sodium reabsorption strategy works. Now, let's imagine for a second that you try this and it's actually not permeable to water. What would happen? Well, if you didn't have that permeability, I'm going to redraw it over here, then when you try to bring the salt over and say you have blood vessel again over here. You try to bring your salt over. The moment that the water tries to follow, it's going to bounce off, right? It's going to do this imbounceability. And so if it is permeable to water, then this sodium reabsorption strategy works. Now, let's imagine for a second that you try this and it's actually not permeable to water. What would happen? Well, if you didn't have that permeability, I'm going to redraw it over here, then when you try to bring the salt over, and let's say you have your blood vessel again over here, you try to bring your salt over, the moment that the water tries to follow, it's going to bounce off, right? It's going to do this and bounce right off. And so it's not going to work. So you got to try something different. And so that's exactly what happens, is that in areas where you don't have permeability to water, so let's say when this is not permeable to water, you need a new strategy. And the strategy, in a way, is very, very simple. It's, well, if it's not permeable to water, why not forget about reabsorbing salt for the moment? Why not just do something like this and create little channels? And so that's exactly what happens, is you create these little channels and water can just go through it. So basically, you make it permeable by creating channels. You say, okay, well, that's the better strategy for getting water in this case. So if it's initially not permeable to water, throw in a bunch of water channels and force that water, or allow that water, maybe not force is not the right word, allow that water to get through using your own channels. And so that's basically what the difference is. And so if you look at ADH versus the other two hormones, aldosterone and angiotensin 2, ADH is using the water channel approach because here, right in red, here, where this works, the water is usually not permeable. So, I mean, the nephron is not permeable normally to water. And so that's why ADH throws in a bunch of water channels. And aldosterone and angiotensin work in areas of the nephron that are permeable to water. And so that's why their salt strategy works pretty well. But you can see now that in both situations, the key is getting water back, either doing it through a salt gradient or doing it through getting a bunch of water channels in there. In both situations, you increase your stroke volume. But you can see now that in both situations, the key is getting water back, either doing it through a salt gradient or doing it through getting a bunch of water channels in there. In both situations, you increase your stroke volume. All right, we've talked about renin, we've talked about angiotensin. Let's talk about aldosterone now. Aldosterone is the final hormone that gets your blood pressure to go up. And so where does it come from? Aldosterone comes from a gland. I'm going to draw it here. And the gland is actually called the adrenal gland. And this gland literally sits right on top of the kidney. And so let me draw the kidney here for you, so you can kind of orient yourself to where this gland would be sitting. And of course, you have two kidneys and you have two adrenal glands. You have the left and the right. And if you were to look inside of the adrenal gland, you'd notice that actually in the middle of the adrenal gland is an area that looks different than the outside. And we call that the medulla. The inside is the medulla. And the outer bit is the cortex. And they make different hormones. And this cortex is actually the part of the adrenal gland that makes the aldosterone. So let me draw some cortex cells here for you. And in the middle is a blood vessel kind of running through. I'll draw that in just a moment. So these cortex cells are basically like any other cells. They need food, they need nutrients, they need oxygen. And so these capillaries that are running through are going to provide all of that to these cortex cells. And if you were to take a little microscope and let's say look deep within these cells, maybe not even with a microscope, but let's say you're able to look deep within these cells, you'd notice that there's cholesterol in these cells. So there's cholesterol sitting inside of these cells, actually not visible, but it is there. And the cholesterol, I've always wondered, what is the point of cholesterol? It always seems like it's a bad thing. It's up to where this gland would be sitting. And of course, you have two kidneys and you have two adrenal glands. You have in the right. And if you were to look inside of the adrenal gland, you'd notice that actually in the middle of the adrenal gland is an area that looks different than the outside. And we call that the medulla. The inside is the medulla. And the outer bit is the cortex. And they make different hormones. And this cortex is actually the part of the adrenal gland that makes the aldosterone. So let me draw some cortex cells here for you. And in the middle is a blood vessel kind of running through. I'll draw that in just a moment. So these cortex cells are basically like any other cells. They need food, they need nutrients, they need oxygen. And so these capillaries that are running through are going to provide all of that to these cortex cells. And if you were to take a little microscope and let's say look deep within these cells, maybe not even with a microscope, but let's say you're able to look deep within these cells, you'd notice that there's cholesterol in these cells. So there's cholesterol sitting inside of these cells, actually not visible, but it is there. And the cholesterol, I've always wondered, what is the point of cholesterol? It always seems like it's a bad thing. This cholesterol is actually really useful to these cells because it helps them make the hormone aldosterone. Actually, aldosterone comes from cholesterol. And if you put the molecules next to each other, you'll see how similar they are. They look really, really similar. So these cells are the ones making the aldosterone. But of course, you can't just make aldosterone willy-nilly. You have to wait for the right moment, right? So when does that cell know to make aldosterone? What are the triggers? Well, there are a couple of triggers. One would be if you see, or if those cells encounter angiotensin 2. So if angiotensin 2 comes around, that would be one of the triggers to let the cholesterol turn into aldosterone. Angiotensin 2, you remember, is floating through the body. It's actually quite a journey of its own, making its way from the liver initially and all the way into meeting renin and then meeting angiotensin converting enzyme. So this angiotensin 2 has been around a long time, and it finally makes its way to the cortex of the adrenal gland, and it is one of two stimulus for making aldosterone. And the other stimulus is actually not a hormone, but it's actually the ion potassium. So, blood has a lot of sodium in it, but it also has a little bit of potassium in it. And if those potassium levels start creeping up, if you have a little bit too much potassium, then that is a stimulus for getting some aldosterone out there in the blood. So these are the two triggers for getting cholesterol into aldosterone. So just keep that in mind. And let's actually now make a little space on our canvas and see exactly where the aldosterone works and how it works. So let me scroll down and let's think back to our blood vessel that enters the kidney. We know that we call that the afferent arteriole, and it goes into the glomerulus, which is that little clump of blood vessels I just drew there. And the afferent arteriole and efferent arteriole, this is all review now, right, are in the kidney. These are the blood vessels that have entered, and the efferent arteriole is exiting the glomerulus of the kidney. And remember, this is our little kidney nephron, the Bowman's capsule, and the proximal convoluted tubule. And we have that loop of Henle. We have that distal convoluted tubule that goes like that. And it all kind of comes together in the collecting duct. So this is the nephron, right? This is our image of the nephron. And now to answer the question of where does aldosterone work, I needed to draw this because I wanted to show you that it actually works in this area that I'm circling in blue. So this is kind of the area that the aldosterone is working on. And right here, this part right here, is the late part of the distal, so I'll call it the late distal convoluted tubule. And the other part that it works on right here is the collecting duct. So these are the two areas that the aldosterone is actually going to have an effect on. So it's going to affect the kidneys. That's actually going to also affect the gut, but I'm not going to get into that too much detail because the main effect of aldosterone is on the kidney. And so let's try to blow up some of these areas so you can see exactly what I mean. Let me draw the cell here. Here's one cell, and just imagine that you've got another cell there, another cell there. You've got, let's say, a few cells there, and they're lining the nephron, right? They're lining, let's say, the distal convoluted tubule or the collecting duct, and these are called principal cells. Principal cells, and it's actually spelled the way that a principal at a school would be called or spelled. So this is the principal cell, and on the other side of it, over here, you've got blood flowing. And you remember we talked about the peritubular capillaries. Peritubular capillaries. Well, this is where it comes into play. Peritubular capillary is actually sitting next to the principal cell, and blood is flowing through here. Blood is flowing through, and of course, this is filtrate, or what will soon be urine, is flowing through here. So we've got blood and urine flowing through, and we've got a couple of surfaces here, right? So we've got one surface here, and this is called the basolateral surface. And this becomes really important because the surfaces are where ions are going to be dancing back and forth. This is the other surface, this is the apical surface. Apical surface. So this is the surface between the principal cell and the filtrate or the urine. Okay, so we've got a couple surfaces, we've got a cell, and we've got some blood and urine. And now you remember that most of the inside of these cells is going to be loaded with potassium, right? So there's a lot of potassium in here. And if this is another principal cell, there's more potassium in here. And the blood is going to have a lot of sodium. So let me draw sodium right here. So a lot of sodium in the blood, that's the main solute, and a lot of potassium in the cells. And now these aren't the only ions in the blood or in the cells. These are the main ion in the blood and cells. So just keep that in mind. They're not the only ones, but they are the dominant ones. And so what happens is that the cells want to maintain this gradient, right? This is always the case. They always try to maintain this gradient, and they have this wonderful sodium-potassium pump to do it, right? They have this pump that basically gets 2 potassiums over here, and it squeezes 3 sodiums out over here, right? So we have this sodium, potassium, 3 sodiums. And this pump does not come for free, right? Because it takes energy to get things to go in a direction they don't want to go. So this is actually going to take ATP to drive that pump. So now, so far, I haven't actually mentioned aldosterone. Where does aldosterone work? Where we know it works in the principal cell, but what does it do in the cell exactly? Well, it does 3 things, okay? So 3 things. One, I'm going to write it really clearly, is that it drives that sodium-potassium pump to work harder. Okay, so it basically is going to get even more potassium in the cell, even more sodium over into the blood. So far, so good, right? Second thing it does is it puts in little potassium channels here. Well, that's interesting because we know that the cell's got a lot of potassium in it to work harder. Okay, so it basically is going to get even more potassium in the cell and even more sodium over into the blood. So far, so good, right? Second thing it does is it puts in little potassium channels here. Well, that's interesting because we know that the cell's got a lot of potassium in it already, right? So if you have a potassium channel, if that's the second thing that aldosterone does, number 2, what do you think is going to happen with that potassium in the cell? Where's it going to go? Well, it's going to see that channel and it's going to say, well, I'm out of here. I'm going to go into that urine because there's a lot of potassium in the cell already, and it wants to get over to a place where there's less of it. So it's going to go over to the urine side. So potassium is going to leave the cell. Well, that makes it easier for that pump to work harder because now it's going to squeeze even more potassium into the cell, right? This is going to work even harder to get potassium in there because this potassium is leaving and getting into the urine. So really, at the end of the day, what
potassium leaves should be getting potassium leaves, so we're getting repolarized. Right.
What happens is that the blood, we'll write it over here, kind of the net effect. The blood is going to, it's going to lose potassium, right? Aldosterone is going to make the blood lose potassium. And that makes perfect sense because keep in mind, one of the triggers for aldosterone was high potassium. So this is a perfect kind of system to now lower your potassium. It's a nice little loop they've created, right? More potassium, no problem, make some aldosterone, and aldosterone is going to help you lose some of that potassium. Okay, now going back to aldosterone, what's another thing that it does? Well, it does this. It puts in little sodium channels. This is a third thing that it does. Now, if you have a little sodium channel, let's try to think through what would happen. Sodium is going to make its way into the cell, right? Because it's going to say, well, there's not much sodium in there, so I might move into the cell. So sodium gets into the cell. And then again, that sodium-potassium pump says, aha, sodium in the cell? Great, let's pump it into the blood. So it's actually going to move from the cell over into the blood, and that ATP is going to be used up. So it definitely takes energy to do this. But at the end of the day, you're going to move sodium from the urine, what would have been urine, to the blood. So another effect, another key effect, is gain of sodium in the blood, right? And think through this. Now, if I said at the beginning that the main solute in blood is sodium, right? That's the main way that it's attracting water through osmosis. And now you have more of it, you have more sodium. Well, then water is going to also get pulled into the blood, right? It's going to get pulled into the blood as well. And so this is the other key thing that happens. You gain sodium and water. And this is important because, remember, the renin-angiotensin-aldosterone system, the whole point of it was to raise your blood pressure. Well, now you can see how it actually works because the aldosterone is going to pull in more sodium into the blood, and then water is going to follow, and all of this stuff is going to lead to increased volume or increased stroke volume. And remember, stroke volume relates back to blood pressure, and therefore blood pressure. So this is how aldosterone works. It allows you to drop your potassium. It allows you to raise your sodium. The sodium pulls in some water,
That's pretty cool, eh?
and the water helps you raise your blood pressure because of extra volume, extra stroke volume. So let's pause right there. We'll pick up with some more stuff that aldosterone does in the next video.
It also removes acid in the blood. Yeah. What we got? Oh no. Ooh. It's a 15 minute. That's a 10. That's a 10, 20, 35, 45.
So in our last video, we left off here talking about aldosterone, how it works on the principal cell. And there, kind of the two big ideas were losing potassium and gaining salt and water. So that was how it worked on the principal cell. And aldosterone actually works on one other type of cell and has an important job there as well. So let me actually just make a little bit of space on our canvas, and I'll start talking about the second type of cell groups. That is the alpha intercalated cell. So I'm going to draw it in yellow here. And this is our alpha intercalated cell. And the main job of the alpha intercalated cell is to get rid of protons. Intercalated cell. And remember that protons are basically our way of representing acid. And if there's an alpha intercalated cell, you can probably guess that there's somewhere along the line there's also a beta intercalated cell. And the beta intercalated cell does in many ways the opposite of the alpha one, and the beta cell tries to hold on to acid. So here we're going to talk about how the blood or body rather gets rid of acid, and in the beta cells, in a future video, we'll talk about how it holds on to acid. So here's a blood vessel, as before. This is our peritubular capillary, and it's running alongside of our cell. And blood is going to be, in this case, a little too acidic. Actually, let me move this down just a touch so I can show you. There we go. So in this case, we're going to have, again, the basolateral surface, lateral surface, and this is the apical surface, right? So we have our two surfaces, and just to get you visually oriented, I want to make sure I just draw another cell right here, just so you remember that this is basically where the urine is kind of collecting. Oh, made it too small. So urine is collecting on this side right here, and we obviously have blood on the other side. And in our case, let's imagine that this blood is getting a little too acidic, more acidic than we would like. So I'm going to draw little protons here, and there are too many of them, right? So it's a little too acidic, too many protons. And our goal, our blood would love to get rid of some of these, right? We would love to get rid of some of these protons so that the blood is less acidic. And so here comes into play the alpha intercalated cell. Now, all cells are making carbon dioxide and water. And I say making because we're breaking down sugar, right? And sugar at the very core is, or at the very end of the process, is going to be turned into carbon dioxide and water. So all cells are making carbon dioxide and water. And when these molecules within the cell meet up, there's an enzyme here in the alpha intercalated cell called carbonic anhydrase. And what this does is it helps the carbon dioxide and water form into protons and bicarb. This is bicarbonate, HCO3 minus. And if you actually count it up, it all adds up. The carbon ends up over with the bicarb, and the oxygens all end up on the bicarb. And you're left with just one lonely little proton over here and bicarb. So the bicarb, I would love, if I could somehow get that bicarb over to the blood, that would be fantastic, right? Because then you can neutralize one of those little protons. So there happens to be a little transporter in the basolateral surface. There's a little transporter, and it basically sends across this bicarb over here. So this bicarb ends up on this side. And in exchange for doing that, it takes on chloride. Okay, no big deal. So it takes on a chloride, and now that chloride is sitting on the inside. We'll come back to the chloride in just a second. That bicarbonate, because this is where kind of the magic is happening, that bicarbonate is going to bind to that proton, and they will do the reverse. They're actually going to go back to water and carbon dioxide, right? They're actually going to go back to water and carbon dioxide. And what have I really accomplished here? Well, I'm no longer left with any bicarb in the blood. That's fine. But here's the cool thing. I've actually gotten rid of a proton, right? because I have water there and I have carbon dioxide there. And this will get, at some point I can breathe that out. And water is water, so that's great. And so I've basically accomplished something really cool. I've gotten rid of a proton, and I've gotten some water, and I've gotten carbon dioxide, which I can breathe out through the lungs at some point when the blood gets over there. So this is actually fantastic for the blood because I've been able to get rid of some of that acid, which is the whole goal. Now, if you think about it, I've been left with a couple things. I've got that chloride, which I said I'll get back to. So let's deal with that right now. Happens to be a little channel for chloride, so chloride can just make its way over to the blood. Well, that's very convenient, right? So you can keep doing this process, and that keeps it nice and tidy. But you're still stuck with a proton. I still got this proton. I got to figure out what to do with this proton. So this proton is going to build up, right? If I keep doing this process, let's say I keep driving this process, I'm going to get lots and lots of little protons, right? I mean, I can see how the bicarb is going to help overall eventually cancel all these protons out. But I'm going to keep building up protons over here, right? So for every proton I get rid of in the blood, I build up a proton in my cell. So at the end of the day, I got to figure out how to get rid of these protons from the cell. Okay, so here's where aldosterone comes into play. We have these really nifty little transporters, and they do cost energy, so they're not free of charge. They're going to take energy. Let me draw that in right now so I don't forget. They're going to take energy, ATP, to get this transporter to work. But what they'll do is they'll basically send a little proton over into the urine, and you can just urinate that out. So your urine will be a little bit more acidic, sure, but that's actually quite helpful because I'd rather have urine that's acidic and then just flush the toilet, get rid of it, rather than having blood that's acidic, because that's a problem. So that's one thing that, or one transporter that will get the proton across. And actually, this transporter is going to be driven. It's actually going to be working almost like overdrive when aldosterone is around. So now finally we've gotten to what aldosterone does in these cells. It makes that transporter work really, really well. So you can get rid of protons. And if you can get rid of protons, then this whole process is going to work really nicely. Now, there's actually another transporter that gets rid of protons, and I'll draw that right here. And this one is actually not going to take energy. And you're thinking, well, how do you get rid of protons and not even take energy? Well, I'm going to first draw the proton kind of going across. And it took energy the first time around, but here we're actually going to use something different. We're going to use a gradient. So you remember these cells, actually, let me draw it here. These cells have a lot of potassium, right? But not too much salt, not too much salt. In fact, all the salt is sitting in the blood, right? So I'll draw the salt sitting here. A lot of salt sitting over here in the blood, because that's the main ion for the blood. Now, there isn't much salt over there in the cell, and so you can actually allow salt in. You'll say, all right, we'll take a salt molecule in, and because salt wants to get in so badly, it actually will drive this transporter and will allow a proton to slip out into the urine. So you're basically, instead of using energy, you're using a gradient. And this second transporter is also going to be revved up by aldosterone. So aldosterone is really working on these two transporters and is going to help you get rid of protons. Now, there actually happens to be a couple of other transporters that are important. I'm just going to draw them in here. So there's another one, and this one also takes energy. And let me draw in the energy so we don't forget that, because that's always important. This one takes energy. And this one is going to, again, allow protons out, because that is the whole point of all this, is to try to get protons out of these cells so that we can keep using them, so that alpha intercalated cell doesn't become just a bag of acid. And instead of sodium coming back with it, this time you're actually going to use potassium. Potassium can come back. But now immediately you can say, well, there's a problem here. Potassium wouldn't want to be in the cell. I mean, there's a lot of potassium already there. And that is why this one takes energy. So you can already see why this transport takes energy, whereas the one with sodium does not, because potassium doesn't want to be in the cell. It's actually forced to be in the cell. And actually, that brings up my last point, which is that you remember we talked about in the principal cells, and in fact, in all cells, we have these sodium-potassium pumps that are on this basolateral surface. Remember we talked about that? Well, in the alpha intercalated cell, it's no different. It also has to maintain this sodium-potassium gradient. So it's going to drive potassium in. It's going to take 2 potassiums in, and it's going to force 3 sodiums out. Right? So 3 sodiums are going to get forced outside. And that, again, takes energy. So this is also going to take energy. So these are the different transporters in the alpha intercalated cell. But I want you to really try to focus on the key concept. And the concept here is that you're trying to get acid out of the blood, and you do that by bringing extra protons or making extra protons in the intercalated cell. And you saw how that happened. But the trick is, well, what do you do with them? Well, you have to dump them into the urine. And that's the whole concept. Getting acid into the urine is a process that is either going to take energy, like those ATP pumps, or it's going to take some cleverness through a gradient, like that sodium gradient. And two of these things, I'll point to again, this one and this one, are going to be driven by aldosterone. So that's where aldosterone comes into play in these cells. We're going to talk about antidiuretic hormone, and you can see I've already started.
EDH, huh? Vasopressin. Vasopressin. All right, let's take a 5-minute. Let's take a 5-minute. Excuse me. Nearly done. And then I have to read the high yield guide. that. Okay. Go back. That's a food. You know what it is. You know how it is. It's a new day. It's a new world. And I'm free. Wait. How does it go? It's a new dawn. It's a new day. And I'm feeling good. Bounce, 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 bounce.
Drawing for this video. And the main reason is because I'm not a great drawer and I want to make sure that everything was pretty clear. And so I drew out on
That's a
one
lie.
side the
It's a good drawer.
pituitary gland and on the other, the brain. And so antidiuretic hormone, I underline ADH because that's usually what it's called. People call it ADH. Sometimes people call it vasopressin as well. And actually vasopressin is good because it's useful. You can see vaso kind of refers to blood vessels and pressin and squeezing down on blood vessels gives you a clue as to what the hormone is doing. So I've drawn for you the hypothalamus here, hypothalamus, and also right below it, this would be kind of the infundibulum, kind of the neck, infundibulum, and at the very bottom, the pituitary. So this is the actual pituitary down here. And there's a front and back of this. In the front, facing forward, closer to the eyes, would be the anterior pituitary, so that'd be over here, anterior pituitary. And back here, this lobe would be the posterior pituitary, because it's a little bit further back. And since we're naming stuff, let me just go ahead and round it out. This right here is actually the optic chiasm. It has to do with vision. I'm just going to write optic chiasm, so you know what we're talking about. And the only reason I even bring that up is because just above it, let's say in this area, just above it, and if I was to draw it over on my little diagram, that'd be like maybe right there, is what's called the supra, S-U-P-R-A, supra optic nucleus. Supraoptic nucleus. The nucleus here just refers to a collection of nerve cell bodies, not the nucleus we usually think of, meaning not the one where it's sitting inside of a cell and kind of directing the flow of traffic and the brains of the cell in a way of thinking. But here the nucleus is actually just a collection of little nerve cell bodies, and I'm actually just going to draw two, but there's actually many more there. This is just for diagram purposes, and actually if I was to draw the rest of this nerve, you can actually go all the way down. This is actually beginning to share with you some of the cool aspects of this hypothalamus and posterior pituitary. You can see that basically these nerve cells start in one spot and they go all the way down to the posterior pituitary through that infundibulum. So this is how the hypothalamus and the posterior pituitary are connected through nerves. And these nerves are actually full of the hormone ADH. So we've already talked about the fact that this is related to ADH, but now you can see exactly how ADH is actually being made in these nerve cells. And it's actually sitting here waiting for the right moment for these nerves to release it. And this ADH is actually a small protein. So it's actually a small protein, and it's 9 amino acids long. So it's actually pretty small. This is ADH. ADH. 9 amino acids. So it's pretty teeny, and it's a hormone. So what osmolarity refers to is if you took all of the solutes that are floating around in the blood, so that includes things like everything from like protein to sodium to potassium, everything that is going to drag water into the blood vessels, if you combine all that, then what is your total blood concentration going to be? And you can almost think of it as like a meter. So let me draw for you like a little meter here. So on one side you've got, let's say something like that. And on one side, let's say you've got 260, and on the other side 320. And this is just concentrations, right? So 280 and 300. And this is osms per liter. So these are the units here. So osmolarity as measured in osms per liter. So this is the concentration, and what you want to do is you want to really stay in this area right here. This is kind of your green zone. This is where the body likes to be, generally speaking. And if it's here, if it's in this area, or if it's in this area, then that's where the body is not too happy. And so, for example, let's say you're in this first zone. This would mean that your body is noticing that the blood is too dilute. And if it's on this side, your body's noticing that it's too salty. The body is saying that the blood is too salty. And so in this case, if you have, let's say, like I said, a meter down here, if the needle is falling in this area, then that's going to be a trigger for ADH release. So that's the first trigger that we can talk about. In fact, why don't I even go back up and add that to our diagram. So I'm going to put that into our diagram so that we can see it very clearly as being one of the triggers. So let's imagine you have right here a nerve cell, and I'm going to draw it this way purposefully because we actually don't know where these little osmoreceptors are. All we know is that they do a fantastic job, but we don't know exactly where these osmoreceptors are. This is a little diagram that I drew before, and you can if the osmoreceptor is telling you that it's over there, then that's the problem. And in fact, why not even go one step further and label this as an osmoreceptor? Osmoreceptor. So if my osmoreceptor is set to tell me that it's too salty, that is one of the signals that's going to trigger ADH release. Okay. Now, what's a second trigger? What's another reason why we might release ADH? Low blood volume. Low blood volume. Think about that for a second. How in the world would your body even know that the blood volume is too low? Well, let's go back to basics. Let's go back to the heart. That's where I like to begin because that's how I always think about it. Is very simply what is going into the heart and what's coming out. Well, we know we have blood vessels, large ones in fact, large veins, dumping into the heart. Right? So we have the superior and inferior vena cava. This is the superior vena cava. This is a large vein. This is the inferior vena cava. And these aren't the only large veins, but these are two examples of large veins. And we also have the right atrium, right? So we have a couple of spots here that are in the blood vessels where we might have little nerve endings. So nerve endings in these areas are going to start recognizing when the blood volume is low because remember, the venous system, this is kind of stretch, the venous stretch from something we talked about a long time ago, the venous system is actually going to be a large volume system. So if there's ever a decrease in the volume, that would be one of the best places to figure it out, right? So inflammation in the wall, so basically these nerve fibers rather in the walls of the vessels are going to be less stretched. And they're going to say, well, why are we less stretched? And the answer is that there's actually less blood volume. So when they're less stretched, they're going to send a signal and say, hey, something's up. We have less blood volume. And I think the brain needs to know about that. So that's how that signal gets sent all the way up to the brain. And actually, I can draw that in as well.
That's
so
beautiful.
Put in, let's say, a little receptor here. And now these are going to go down and sense low volume from those receptors in the large veins in the right atrium.
So amazing. Our body is so amazing.
You can see there are a lot of different triggers. I'm putting up one after another. Let's put another trigger up there. What's another reason why ADH would be secreted? Well, maybe a decrease in blood pressure. Now, we know that the veins tell us a lot of information about volume, so it might extend that the arteries can tell us about pressure. And you might recall from another video where we talked about baroreceptors that this is a fantastic way to get information about pressure. So let me draw some of those baroreceptors. And baroreceptor just refers to pressure receptor. And so we have baroreceptors that are in the aortic arch right there. And we also have baroreceptors that are in the carotid sinuses on both sides. So these baroreceptors are going to recognize when the blood pressure is starting to go low. And they're going to send a signal up to the brain and say, hey, again, we need to do something about this. Our pressure is low. So that's another signal up to the brain. And that we can draw in right here. So maybe something like this. And that would be a signal about low pressure. So now we've got signals about high osmolarity, low volume, low pressure. Are there any other signals that we can think of? And one more jumps to my mind. Angiotensin II. angiotensin 2. So remember, angiotensin 2 is actually part of the whole RAS system. This is part of the RAS system, the renin, angiotensin, I'll try AT, aldosterone system. And so angiotensin 2 is actually going to be another trigger. So you can actually imagine through a blood vessel, you might have a nerve nearby, and this is going to trigger this right here. This molecule of angiotensin, which has 8 little amino acids, is going to be a signal to that nerve that it needs to let the body know, or the brain know that pressure is going low. So this is another signal. Picture. Another signal could be something like this, maybe right here. And the exact location of the button is actually just kind of arbitrary, but the idea is that you have angiotensin 2 having effects on the brain as well. So this little molecule is going to come and let the brain know that, hey, even the kidneys are trying to do something about the blood pressure, and it would be great if the brain got involved in releasing some ADH if needed. So these are the different triggers. And like I said in the beginning, probably the main one you want to think about, as far as ADH is concerned, is this osmoreceptor. This is really the most important one because everything else is secondary to that. That is definitely a major function of ADH.
Okay.
We left off the story of antidiuretic hormone when it was just kind of secreted into the blood vessels of the posterior pituitary. So it was just kind of synthesized, just made. It's a little hormone, and ADH was on its way to different parts of the body. So let's just pick up the story right there and figure out where does it go next.
Beautiful.
So this little molecule is, we said, a small peptide hormone made up of amino acids, and so I'm just going to draw it here. And this little hormone is going to go off to do a couple of important things. So we know at the end of the day, it really wants to increase blood pressure. So one of the places it visits is all of the vessels of the body, all the arterial vessels of the body, and specifically it targets smooth muscle. So this hormone is going to go and get the smooth muscle to constrict. And we know that when smooth muscles constrict, the blood vessels are actually going to tighten down, and we call that vasoconstriction. So the blood vessels are going to get tight and small, and that's going to increase resistance.
Right.
And increased resistance is going to relate to blood pressure. And we'll talk about how. We know that there's that formula. I'm going to write it over here. Delta P equals
Q times R.
Flow. Q is flow times resistance is R. And you can actually change that around to say arterial pressure minus venous pressure equals, and we know that flow is actually stroke volume times heart rate. And it's all multiplied by resistance. So if you look at this, and if we assume for the moment that the venous pressure is going to be basically unchanged, then anything that increases the resistance over here is going to increase our pressure over here. So that's why, in this case, if ADH is able to cause constriction of the blood vessels and increase resistance, our pressure would go up as well. So that's actually one of the things that it does. And the other thing that it does is it's going to act on the kidney, right? So it's going to have an effect on the kidney. Here's my kidney. And specifically what it's going to do is it's going to cause increased reabsorption of water. So increased reabsorption of water is going to increase our stroke volume. So now you can see the other key effect it's going to have. If it's going to cause your stroke volume to go up, then just as before, now you have an increased stroke volume, so your arterial pressure is going to go up, maybe doubly up. So it's going to cause the blood pressure to go up for a couple different reasons. Now let's explore this second point a little bit more detail, the whole idea of how it causes the stroke volume to go up. So for that, what I want to do is I'm actually going to create a little bit of space, and I'm going to draw out again, as I've done before, the efferent and afferent arterial. So we know that blood is going to enter the kidneys, and it's going to kind of do this twisting on itself in the glomerulus. This is our glomerulus. And there's the proximal convoluted tubule, and there's the loop of Henle, and this is the distal convoluted tubule, and finally the jugular, right? So we know that this is basically what the nephron looks like. And I haven't labeled all the parts, but I'm going to label the important part, which is this part right here. So this area here is the collecting duct. And what I'm circling in blue is what the ADH is actually going to work on. It's going to work on this area, the collecting duct. So it's going to have its effect here specifically. And let me try to draw this a little bit larger so we can see exactly what goes on. So let's imagine that you have, let's say, one cell there, and there's another cell here. something like that. And you have a blood vessel going alongside of it. Now, we haven't actually talked about this before, but down in here, so let me switch colors for a moment. We have urine going this way, and blood going this way. So already, you might be a little surprised. You're thinking, well, why is blood going up and urine going down? That makes no sense. Now, think about this. Before, when we were talking about blood and urine flowing in other parts of the nephron, we were kind of separating out the nephron, talking about this top bit. So we were talking about kind of this top bit here. And in here, the concentration is around 300. And actually, the units on that, I'll just write the units up here, are milliosms. So it was around 300. If you go deeper, it's about 600. And then if you go deeper than that, it's about 900. And if you go down here, it's about 1200. So what's happening as you go deeper is that it's basically getting more and more salty, right? Okay. It's getting very salty. I'll actually write that sideways. Very salty as you go down. And that saltiness is really, really important because what it does is it allows us to concentrate our urine. And you'll see why I say that. So keep that saltiness in mind and the fact that there's this big gradient. And I'm going to actually just assume right now that we're talking about something, let's say at the 900 level. So we're at this point, kind of right here. 900 milliosmoles. All right? So we've got a pretty salty area here. Now, as I said, urine is flowing through, and in these collecting duct cells, we have something called an aquaporin that basically sits like this. Let me actually show you what it would look like. So these are areas are not going to allow water to go through. That's actually the first point that I want to make. Water cannot go through these areas, except for when there's a little aquaporin channel. And I'm drawing the channels for you. But you can see they're not on the surface, right? So there's no way that water, if water is sitting over here, there's no way that it can actually get through. It would actually just bounce off because it's not able to permeate the cell. It can't actually get in. The water just kind of bounces back and basically goes down into the urine. Now, what ADH does, and this is the neat thing, so ADH, what it'll do is it will float up. So ADH is actually going to float through the blood, right? Because we said that ADH is going to be all over the body. So this little molecule is going to go through and float by this collecting duct cell, and it's going to have an effect on it. So it's going to have an effect on this collecting duct cell. What it's going to do exactly is it's going to make those little aquaporins. You can write that out. Actually.
I got to shave.
This is an aquaporin. And you can see that's a really easy word to remember because it's literally aqua, meaning water, making a pore for water. So this aquaporin vesicle is actually going to merge with the wall. It's actually going to merge with the wall like that. So let me actually erase a little bit.
But why?
And show you what would happen. So now we have...
Wait, why is it going to merge with the wall?
The best aquaporin is it's going to make those little aquaporins. Let me write that out actually.
Oh, wait.
That out. And it's going to have an effect on it. So it's going to have...
okay.
You know, because it's literally... vesicle is actually going to merge with the wall. It's actually going to merge with the wall like that. So let me actually erase a little bit and show you what would happen. So now we have, instead of this aquaporin sitting up here, you literally have little channels that are now fused in with the wall. So you can see how those little vesicles just bumped right into the wall and fused into it. And now water is going to get a free ride across. It's going to be able to just go right through that channel. Just like that, boop, and into the blood. And it's going to do it again here, and it's going to go here. So all this water is just gushing in to the blood. Look at all this water. And so this blood is going to be loaded with water now, something that it did not have before because the water couldn't get across before. And so this blood is going to go up, loaded with water, because of the ADH. The ADH basically allowed all that water to finally get across, and the blood is now full of water. And so now you can see how the volume of blood is going to go up. And if the volume of blood goes up, it's going to create a larger stroke volume for the heart. So that's specifically how the stroke volume goes up.
That was ADH. Pretty cool. How many more? Last one.
We're going to compare aldosterone and ADH, antidiuretic hormone, side by side.
Yes.
And to do this, I think it would be helpful if we just do a little recap on how these two work, because it's going to help inform exactly what they do. So if we have a little nephron here, a little tubule, and these are the cells lining the tubule and that eventually send the urine on its way out. And next to it, I have, let's say, a little blood vessel. And just to save myself from drawing it twice, I'm going to just cut and paste this over to this side right here. And in this tubule, we know that on one side we have, on this aldosterone side, we have water permeability. So this membrane that kind of separates the two, or this layer of cells, is water permeable. But over here, we know on the ADH side, this is not water permeable. And the reason I'm saying it's different is because we know that although they look the same, these are different parts of the nephron, right? Different parts of the nephron. And the way that aldosterone works, the main thing it does, is it's going to pull in sodium. And it's going to spit out into the urine potassium. That's the main activity of aldosterone in terms of capturing sodium. And what happens is that sodium, we know, is not permeable. Sodium is not permeable to membranes, not able to cross membranes very easily. And that's actually really important, because if it can't cross membranes, then it means that it's going to contribute to tonicity, because we know that the ions that cannot cross membranes are the ones that are the biggest contributors to tonicity. And in fact, this is actually very important, because potassium, by comparison, can, I'll say, slightly cross membranes, can slightly cross membranes. So if you have one ion that cannot cross membranes at all, and you give away the ion that can slightly cross membranes, then your tonicity goes up, because overall you're getting more ions that are going to stay in the blood vessel. And because they're able to stay in the blood vessel and can contribute to tonicity, water is going to be driven into the blood vessels. So that's really how aldosterone is dragging water into the blood vessels, through increased tonicity. And by comparison, the ADH is just using water channels. I mean, if water is unable to get across otherwise, if you throw in some water channels, then you have no problem gathering water. So these are the key differences. One of them uses an osmol to drag water across. That's why we always say sodium, or water follows sodium, and the other is just using channels. So let me make a little bit of space here. Let's see if we can create some space down here. And I'm going to create two categories. So let's say one category is volume, and the other category is osmolarity. Osmolarity. We know osmolarity actually is simply a fraction, right? It's just osmoles divided by volume. So the same thing that we have in the other column. And I'm going to do that for this side as well. Osmolarity and osmoles divided by volume. And we're going to actually see how these two work and whether one or both of these things will be affected by the hormones. So we know that the way that aldosterone works is by raising the osmoles. It's going to change this. It's going to increase the osmoles. And as a result, it's actually going to increase the volume, right? So it's going to increase the volume as well. So actually, both osmoles and volume are affected. And so let me start off by just simply circling this box, because we know that the volume is affected. But because osmoles and volume are both affected and that they're proportional to one another, we usually don't think of osmolarity being affected by aldosterone, because both the numerator and the denominator are going to go up if there's a lot of aldosterone around, or down if there's not any aldosterone around. So osmolarity doesn't really get affected by aldosterone. Oh. Now, ADH is a little different, right? So in ADH, we have volume going up. That's really the primary thing that's happening. And so we would say, of course, well, we have a volume change here. But in terms of osmoles, you haven't really changed the osmoles with ADH, not directly. And if you haven't changed the osmoles and you have changed the volume, then osmolarity is changed, right? If you just change the denominator but not the numerator, then the number will change. And so that's why ADH affects osmolarity, although it doesn't affect osmoles. Kind of a tricky thing, but I think you can see it now. That you see the numerator does not change, but the overall fraction does. So you have on this side increased volume, and you have increased volume on this side, and you have decreased osmolarity. So these are the major changes from these hormones. Now let me make a little bit more space, and we'll just continue this line of reasoning. So if these are the changes, now imagine a scenario where you want to increase volume. Let's say you want to just increase volume, but maintain, you don't want to change the osmolarity. You write osmolarity. So if you want to increase volume but maintain osmolarity, which hormone would you use? And let's, because we can't see the hormones now, let's just use aldosterone, and ADH. And I'll just put up arrows and down arrows. So if these are the two hormones. If I want to increase volume, I would definitely use aldosterone, because that doesn't affect osmolarity. But I would not use in ADH. I'll put a little circle with a line to it. I would not use ADH because, again, I want to maintain osmolarity. So I would really not want to use ADH in that scenario. Okay. Now let's say you want to increase volume, and all right, regardless of osmolarity, regardless. Meaning you don't really care if osmolarity changes. And this would be like, let's say you have a big car accident and you're bleeding out, and the only thing you really care about right away is increasing your blood volume. That's the only thing that matters. So you really want to increase volume and you want to do it fast. Well, in this scenario, you're definitely going to want to use everything available to you, aldosterone and ADH. And the fact that osmolarity will go down with ADH really doesn't matter because we said regardless in this scenario. So because of that, I'm going to employ ADH this time. So you can kind of get a sense for how this is going to work, right? Now let's say I want to decrease osmolarity, and I want to, and let's say regardless of volume. So I don't really care if the volume changes a little bit here or there. So in this case, regardless of volume, what would I do? Well, if I didn't really care about the volume, I just wanted to decrease osmolarity, well, that seems like a no-brainer, right? That's exactly what ADH will do. It will decrease osmolarity. And in this case, I don't really need aldosterone, right? Because I said in my question or my phrase here that I don't care about volume changes. So that's fine. I'll just use ADH and I'll tolerate the increase in volume. And the fourth scenario is, let's say you want to increase osmolarity, or decrease osmolarity, I said backwards. And let's say you want to maintain volume. You don't want to go up or down. Well, this is kind of a tricky one, right? Because to decrease osmolarity, well, only one hormone will do that for you. So you got to start with some ADH. But if you want to maintain volume, you know that ADH will cause your volume to go up a little bit. And if you don't want it to go up, you want to maintain volume, you might have to actually decrease aldosterone just a little smidge. So that would maintain your volume. Decrease osmolarity, well, only one hormone will do that for you. So you got to start with some ADH. But if you want to maintain volume, you know that ADH will cause your volume to go up a little bit. And if you don't want it to go up, you want to maintain volume, you might have to actually decrease aldosterone.
Decrease aldosterone. Right. We're going to decrease osmolarity here. Increase volume, decrease osmolarity, no change, increase volume. What was the last question? Yeah. Osmolarity
and if you don't want it to go up, you want to maintain volume, you might have to actually decrease aldosterone just a little smidge. So that would maintain your volume. Now, you can see how the two hormones basically have to work together to get the different outcomes, right? Depending on what your volume status is and where your osmolarity status is. And I could flip around all the arrows, right? I could say, well, what about decreased volume and maintain osmolarity, or decreased volume regardless of osmolarity? And you would basically just do the opposite of all these things. So you can see how really any tweak in volume and osmolarity can help you predict what the aldosterone and ADH will be doing.
Okay, yeah. Yes, sir. Okay. Let's read the Hollywood guide. What's happening? What's happened? What's happened? I can't believe you've done this. You gotta say it. I don't care that you broke your elbow. Excuse me. Said excuse me. Where am I at? Where am I at? Well, I was just there. Alright, guys, I'm gonna read this and then do hockey, but I'm just gonna call it here. Oh, just read it off train. All right, guys, thank you so much. Peace. Thank you so much. Peace and love. Thank you so much.